All right, today is the kickoff of SEC Media Days. However, we're talking Big Ten here on the Big Ten Live Show. It's Big Ten only for the next 4 hours. Big Ten football. How about that? Again, SEC Media Days will be all over it, SEC fans, college football fans. So never fear, never fret. Missouri, LSU, Texas A&M at the podium today, in addition to Commissioner Greg Sankey. I will be reviewing all of those speeches, all of those Q&As with the media and the various players here very soon, and we will deliver our thoughts on, again, Texas A&M, Mizzou, and LSU at the podium today. And then we've got guests lined up for the rest of the week from SEC Media Days. And of course, the SEC takes up more time and more days than anybody else, Monday through Thursday. So plenty of SEC media coverage coming up throughout the week. Also, keep in mind that we, of course, have our Amazon link in the description section. Please shop Amazon when you do, at least. Please use the link that we provide in the description section. Now is a great time to join us on our Discord. Join Discord on Patreon. It's patreon.com/MarkRogersTV. You get my picks and the picks from media members. Steve Merrill, 13-1 against the spread on Wager Talk. And that was his record this past season. So, oh my goodness, don't expect that. But Steve Merrill, of course, will be joining us again this football season of 2023. Let's get into the Big Ten talk. And my topic of the day has moved very quickly from, is this the year? And I do want all of you to leave your comments and questions of, is this the year blank? So play along with me. Check out the videos that we've posted. Is this the year? And I'll give you an example. Is this the year that Michigan wins a third consecutive Big Ten championship for the first time since 1992, when they won 5 consecutive Big Ten championships? So fill in the blank. Leave your comments and questions. Is this the year Rutgers posts its first winning record in the Big Ten? Go on and on and on and on with it. Again, your favorite, is this the year? Leave it in the comments section. Also, a little bit later, I'm going to be running down the plight of Big Ten quarterbacking. I just tweeted out in promotion of the show, is this the worst quarterback conference in college football? You may not want to hear it, but we all need to face the truth. First up, though, we got Steve Helwick on the line from Hustle Belt, Underdog Dynasty, SB Nation. Steve joins us on a regular basis to break down the game we love. Steve, how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. Just got back from Big 12 Media Days last week, heading toward AAC next Monday and Tuesday. Not at SEC today, but I saw that one's moving to the DFW area next year. And that would make 4 conference media days in that Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington area, which kind of makes that the college football capital of the world now for the offseason.
Yeah, pretty sensible move by the SEC to invite in that area of the country for SEC Media Days to, of course, acclimate Texas and Oklahoma, make them feel a little bit more welcome, a little bit more part of the conference before they hit the field about 6 weeks later. But that's, 2024. Where's the American Conference held this year?
It's held in Arlington, AT&T Stadium.
Oh, okay.
So they've done virtual the last 2 years. So this is the first in-person media day that they've had since 2019.
Yeah, I went to 3 straight American Conference media days here 4 or 5 years ago when they were just a couple hours away from me up in Newport, Rhode Island. All right, Steve. Well, we got you here to talk some Big Ten football. I didn't know which direction you wanted to go in regards to Big Ten Media Days is 2 weeks away, or a little over 1 week away, actually. And your thoughts about where we stand and what storylines are catching your eye, what is catching your eye as we head toward fall camp.
Well, you were just talking about is this the year that, and I'll throw in one myself and I'll say, is this the year, and it's the final opportunity for it, that the Big Ten West manages to win a Big Ten championship game? Because it hasn't happened before. we've had some close calls before. 2015 Iowa had that near the goal line. 2016 Wisconsin had a 21-point lead, I believe, on Penn State before Trace McSorley and Saquon Barkley erased that. And 2019 Wisconsin stormed out to that 14-0 lead, I believe, over Ohio State before Ohio State came back in the second half and won that one. So Big Ten West, last year it was about as much of a parity in a division as we saw. Going into the final week, we had no clue who was going to win that division. Iowa was winning in against Nebraska, and they failed to win that game, giving way for Purdue to make the Big Ten championship game. And that conference it's kind of a jumble right now in that division. But I think that the team that would have the best chance of winning the Big Ten West this year is the Wisconsin Badgers. I think they had one of the better off seasons in college football. I think they got a great coach in Luke Fickell. I think their offensive coordinator hire of Phil Longo was long overdue. I've been waiting for Wisconsin to have exciting quarterback play and exciting offense for a long time. And it's kind of at a weird point right now where I actually think I feel more comfortable about Wisconsin's offense than their defense going into next season, which isn't usually the case with Wisconsin. So I think that's a really interesting team in the Big Ten West. And the Big Ten West is just an intriguing division to me in general because I feel like there's a lot of results on the table for this season.
Yeah, they seem to be taking turns winning divisions to a certain extent, not anything close to what we saw a few years ago in the ACC Coastal Division, where they took it one at a time through all 7 teams. But of course, we've seen Wisconsin, who used to be the class of the division, and we're still waiting for Nebraska. Of course, they won in their second year in the conference, although it was legends and leaders at the time. Purdue wins a division championship here last year. Illinois might have been the best team. My thoughts about Illinois in particular, Steve, is that I do believe that they were the best team in the division last year, even though they didn't win the Big Ten West. But they have probably lost more NFL caliber players and more talent off their team than any team in the country compared to what they can afford to lose.
Mm-hmm.
If you make that ratio, they have lost so much. Chase Brown, his brother at safety, Devin Witherspoon, and some of the best defensive backfield talent. So we're going to see if Brett Bielema is able to coach his way through the Big Ten West. And again, as you mentioned, very interesting what's on the table, since it's going to be so much more difficult to get to a Big Ten championship game going forward in 24.
I agree. Losing 3 day 1 and 2 NFL draft picks in that defensive back room with Jartavius Martin, Devon Witherspoon, and Sidney Brown. Illinois, we're going to learn a lot, but I still like what they have on the front of that defense because Jerzon Newton and Keith Randolph were great pass rushers last year in that 3-4 scheme that they run. And they're guys that can get double-digit sacks, and I think that they can create a lot of pressure to make job easier for the secondary. But yes, losing a lot of that secondary talent is going to be detrimental to Illinois' defense, which was first last year in points allowed per game, and I think it was second in yards allowed per game. Just an all-around talented unit that Illinois had. And then their offense was so much of it was Chase Brown from their running game. You're going to have to put Reggie Love probably into that top running back role this year. He's been Brown's understudy the last few years. So I'm kind of curious to see how Reggie Love does. He doesn't really have, he's a bit taller, slimmer, doesn't really have the low center of gravity that Brown really thrived on in the run game last year. So I think that Illinois is going to be an interesting team to see how they fare this year, because I'm not sure if they're able to replicate the results of last year. They only went 8-5, but it really felt like they were one of the elite teams just for time of the year, just because of how good their defense was, even if the offense didn't make up for it. But then they'll break in Luke Altmaier from Ole Miss, transfer quarterback who was competing with Jackson Dart for the starting role last year. And the most we saw of Altmaier was when Matt Corral went down in that Sugar Bowl against Baylor last year. Kind of mixed results in a big game for somebody who wasn't expecting to be thrust in that role. But I think he's going to be a solid quarterback for Illinois. One really intriguing thing about this division is I believe 6 of the 7 quarterbacks that are projected to start are transfers. So this is a very transfer-heavy quarterback division, with Kaliakmanis from Minnesota being the only incumbent quarterback returning. So it's going to be established quarterbacks breaking into new offenses. Also, Illinois lost their defensive coordinator to Purdue head coach. I mean, that's been one of the feel like under the radar coaching moves this offseason, and Ryan Walters, one of the youngest FBS coaches going to Purdue. You haven't really heard too much from him in the national spotlight, but I think Illinois having to break in a new defensive coordinator is another story to watch with the Illini too.
Yeah, I made the same observation when I ran down my Big Ten quarterback rankings. That once all the names were laid out in front of me, I thought, yeah, all these guys are transfers except for Ethan Kaliukmanis there at Minnesota. And speaking of Minnesota, Steve, even though it's not going to impact the division race, one of the more intriguing non-conference games for me is Minnesota traveling to North Carolina, two very different styles of teams getting together. I think a lot of people would assume that Drake May and all that offense would be too much for Minnesota, but I wouldn't want to shortchange the Golden Gophers and their style of play, even though they're on the road.
Yes. One kind of hot take I have about Minnesota this year is I think Sean Tyler, their transfer running back from Western Michigan, is going to lead all of college football in rushing. He's by far the most established running back on that roster. Minnesota did lose 3 interior linemen. They returned both of their tackles, but they still lost 3 linemen on the interior. Still have a really good blocking tight end there and Brevin Spanford. But I think Sean Tyler, he has a degree of speed, even that Muhammad Ibrahim didn't even have. And Ibrahim was an incredible running back, broke almost every tackle. Sean Tyler, the way he ended last year for Western Michigan was really impressive. He's a bowl MVP. He's a star kick returner who's run back a few in his day. He's had 2 straight 1,000-yard seasons. I think he's going to be a breakout player, kind of like what we saw from Chase Brown last year at Illinois. I think that's going to be Sean Tyler is going to make up so much of Minnesota's offense because they're not a team that likes to pass too much. Kaliakmanis, the only game last year that we saw him have more than 22 attempts was the Wisconsin game where they won Paul Bunyan's axe and he had the game of his life with a 300-yard performance, a couple touchdowns without an interception. Other than that, we've never seen him have 10 completions in a game. So the quarterback position is still a bit of a mystery to me in Minnesota. I think it's going to be a team that relies on their offensive line, the Minnesota Moving Company, and just running back play from Sean Tyler. I think they're going to see how much they can get on the ground, even though I think that this receiver core is in pretty good shape and as good of shape as they've had it ever since Tyler Johnson and Rashad Bateman left. But Minnesota on defense, they've been a pretty solid defensive team through the years. Lost some guys in the secondary and the cornerback and nickel room, reloaded through the transfer portal by getting guys from some of the smaller schools, FCS level. But I think that Minnesota North Carolina game could be an interesting contrast of styles because I am kind of high on Minnesota's defense this year.
Steve, you kind of hit on and breeze through just basically everybody in the division. So I'm going to kind of circle back on some of these teams. Wisconsin, of course, and looking at the schedule, has a return trip to Pullman to take on Washington State. Of course, they dominated that game statistically, but blew it in the fourth quarter and lost 17-14 to the Cougars last season. And again, not impacting the division race, of course, but another interesting affair for a Big Ten West team.
Yes, I think that it's ABC Saturday night. I think this is a game Wisconsin definitely has to win this year. Their offense just seems so much better just with the addition of Tanner Mordecai. This is a guy last year that threw 9 touchdowns and 0 interceptions in a single game, really running that SMU offense. And I think it's a great pairing with Phil Longo, somebody who helped develop Drake May into a top 10 Heisman finisher last year. Drake May had over 4,000 yards in a season, a breakout year when a lot of people thought North Carolina wasn't going to have sustained good quarterback play without Sam Howell. And they managed to do it with Phil Longo working with Drake May. So I think Longo can elevate Mordecai's game even more. I think Tanner Mordecai is the best quarterback in this Big Ten West. And I think that they have a receiving core that Mordecai can work with. Chimera DK is a good number 1 receiver. He had kind of a breakout year for Wisconsin last year. So I think he has the tools in place. Got a few guys from Cincinnati like Will Pauling that follow Luke Fickell there. So I think offensively, Wisconsin's going to have a lot more output than just 14 points this year. And then Braylon Allen still returns. Braylon Allen's still Braylon Allen, and he is a monster running back. And with the Wisconsin, I think, gearing toward a stronger passing game, I think that even if it limits his reps on the ground, I think his yards per carry should be higher this year. And we'll see more of a version of Braylon Allen that we saw toward the end of his true freshman campaign in 2021.
Steve, do you think there's anything to Tanner Mordecai facing much stronger defenses on a weekly basis, the likes of Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois, etc.?
I mean, Big Ten West has been a lower scoring division in the past. I mean, he's someone at SMU that was a part of a lot of 40, 50-point games. So I think that maybe some of his numbers take a hit, but feel like his talent's undeniable. We saw kind of hints of it before he even went to SMU at Oklahoma, playing in the Big 12 back then. But I'm looking last year, SMU playing TCU in the Iron Skillet game. TCU was one of the top defenses in the country last year, and Mordecai still posted almost 400 yards on them, almost led a comeback. They lost that game just by one possession. They played Maryland last year, Big Ten team. Mordecai did make a couple mistakes with interceptions in that game, but almost had 400 yards and really kept a vertical offense all game. So I do think that Mordecai is going to be able to sustain some of those 350-yard performances that he had on a weekly basis almost at SMU in his new home at Wisconsin under Fickle and Phil Longo.
Got Steve Helwick here from Hustle Belt, Underdog Dynasty, SB Nation. Get on over there, check out Steve's work, wealth of knowledge on the college football front overall. Staying on the quarterback theme, Steve, how much difference do you think Cade McNamara will make, considering Iowa is the nation's great aberration of elite defense and just completely deplorable offense? I think the two of us could show up sometime in August camp and just like pick plays out of a playbook and have them run them just randomly, and they would score more points, pick up more yardage than the bottom 3 to 5 in the country. But of course, Cade McNamara, probably the most dependable quarterback that they've had in quite some time.
Yes, we've seen Iowa have somewhat competent offenses, even in recent years under Brian Ferentz. In 2020, Iowa they piled on the points in some of those games. They were 40th in scoring offense that year. They took a tumble to 99th in 2021 before finishing in the bottom 10 last year. But what was the problem with Iowa last year was their offensive line wasn't up to speed where it normally is. They lost Tyler Linderbaum in the draft. They allowed almost 3 sacks per game. Their rushing offense didn't total 100 yards per game because in the years before, they were getting by with Tyler Goodson and Mekhi Sargent on the ground. They were establishing a good running game. Last year, they couldn't establish a good running game. It brought up so many third and long situations, down and distance situations that Iowa just simply couldn't execute with their passing game. And it caused a lot of problems in the offense. And the result was the second worst yards per game offense in America. So I think that there's no room to go but up with Cade McNamara at quarterback. We've seen McNamara carry a team to the college. Well, I can't say carry. He wasn't really the focal point of that Michigan offense, but he was the quarterback leading Michigan to that college football playoff. And I still think that's an important role. Whether you're a Jake Coker, Blake Sims quarterback we've seen in the past, any quarterback that I think can result in a playoff appearance is a good leader to have on the team. And I really like the way that they've worked the transfer portal this year on the offensive side of the ball, getting guys like McNamara's former tight end, Eric All from Michigan. And he's going to replace Sam Laporta, who was an NFL draft pick tight end. And he was a very important part to Iowa's offense last year. Getting guys like an all-MAC center, Rusty Feth from Miami, Ohio. Getting guys like Caleb Brown, who was a highly touted recruit, even though he didn't play much at Ohio State, to add to the receiving corps. So I think Iowa did the right things on offense this year. Will they average more than 25 points a game? I'm not sure, but I think that they're headed in the right direction and they can't be worse than last year. But I do think that on the other side of it, their defense did lose a lot in the NFL draft. Lucas Van Ness, Jack Campbell, who was a star linebacker, Riley Moss, who was manning the secondary, had a really good start to that 2021 season. But I trust Phil Parker at this point with the way he's reloaded his defenses in past year, where I think that Iowa still can be an elite unit going into 2023.
If you're not aware, folks, and I'm guessing that most of you are, Steve's alluding to the contract stipulation in Brian Ferentz's new contract, where if Iowa scores at least 25 points per game, then his bonus will kick in. And if you take that 25 points per game, which also includes defensive scoring, which Iowa scores year to year, I think the numbers that I've seen is in the last 20 years or during the Kirk Ferentz era, they have scored more defensive points than any program in the country. So they get a pretty good lift from there. And I think I broke it down last year. And if I remember the numbers correctly, it was like 17 offensive touchdowns and 6 defensive touchdowns. So it's a pretty strong contribution from the defense. But 25 points per game kicks in the bonus. Now, 25 points per game in last year's standings in the rankings would have placed 91st, I believe is the number, 91st in the nation in scoring. And then also the other stipulation is 7 wins, and that also includes postseason play. And the last time Iowa failed to win 7 games, non-COVID year, of course, because they didn't play, they only played 8 games, but in a full season was 2012. So a couple of near give-me's for Brian Ferentz that just boggle my mind. When you look at the entirety of the conference, Steve, we know with all this realignment talk and so much focused on TV contracts, on TV ratings, on money being made, that the Big Ten is waging war with the SEC. But on the field, how strong do you think the conference projects to be this year?
I think the Big Ten is going to be very top heavy like we saw last year. And this was an issue going into the Rose Bowl. I remember Penn State's best win was just Purdue, who was 8-5 at the time, which showed how top heavy it was with just Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State. And they didn't really have any of those 9-10 win teams that were fringe top 25 teams. But I think this year, I think you could add Wisconsin possibly to that top heavy list. I think I like Penn State's pieces. I don't know if we've seen enough Drew Aller, but I do have faith in Drew Aller to get the job done. Ohio State, I believe, will still be a good team, even losing some pieces at quarterback and some of their star receivers from last year. And then Michigan has so much returning talent that Michigan should be a playoff or bust year for the Wolverines. So I think those 3 teams are going to be really elite. And I think with the way I'm talking up Wisconsin's offense, I think that Wisconsin can maybe sneak into that group this year of elite teams. So I think at the top, it can compete with the SEC. We saw Ohio State go toe-to-toe with that Georgia team in the college football playoff last year. And Big Ten was 2 of 4 teams in that playoff. But I think it's the middle ground where you're going to get your 8-5, 9-4 SEC teams like your Mississippi States and your Ole Misses, I think are going to be a tier above the middle of the Big Ten, where I don't know who's going to be there this year. If Illinois can get back to that point, if Maryland can sustain the progress that they made last year under Loxley. So I would say that the SEC is a superior conference, but I do think that the Big Ten does have the top heavy to compete with the league.
Here is another, is this the year for you? If Maryland wins a bowl game at the conclusion of the season, this will be the first time in school history that they've won bowl games at the conclusion of 3 consecutive seasons. They have won 3 consecutive bowl games, but they were separated by seasons in which they didn't reach postseason play. So Maryland, with wins over Virginia Tech and North Carolina State, could win a 3rd consecutive bowl game this year. And just to extend on your statistic about the top 3 and the top heaviness of the Big Ten, consider everyone: Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State went 22-0 against the rest of the league. They only defeated each other, and it looks much to be the same, aside from possibly Ohio State going to Wisconsin. That's a possible trip up outside of those 3. Maybe Maryland can give Penn State a game. That game's in College Park. Those would be, off the top of my head, the 2 that stand out as a possible upset for those 3 outside of playing each other.
Oh, what was the question there?
Just in regards to the top heaviness of those 3 teams and any other teams that could possibly upend Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State.
I feel like in the East, Maryland is the clear number 4, as they were a year ago. But Maryland, they did play Ohio State pretty close last year, and they did have Michigan close for a while there, but they were shut out by Penn State in that game. And I think anytime that you return an all Big Ten quarterback, That's an advantage that Ohio State and Penn State don't have as returning quarterbacks. And Talia Tagovailoa is back for yet another season with the Terps. And I think that's something that's going to play in favor of the offense. They got some receivers that are starting caliber from the transfer portal there. Roman Hemby's back at running back. I liked a lot of what we saw from him last season. And then defensively, I also like some of the moves that they made in the transfer portal, getting Jordan Phillips from Tennessee, Jaquan Shepard, who was a cornerback in that starred Cincinnati cornerback room last year. Maryland, a commenter just referenced that it's a trap game. I don't think Maryland's a team that's going to get into a New Year's Six Bowl, get 10 wins, but I think that they're a team that can go 8-5, 9-4 this year, and they're going to be a trap game for at least one, if not two, of the Penn State, Ohio State, and Michigan triumvirate, because they're building something special, I think, with Mike Locksley there. They're a team that was recruiting really well throughout the years, and it never came to fruition. But with these back-to-back bowl wins, finally hitting that 8-win threshold, I think for the first time since I joined the Big Ten last year, liking what I see out of Maryland, especially because it's not a good time for Michigan State football. They had a bad offseason and underperformed last year. Rutgers had a terrible season last year after making some progress in 2021. And Indiana finished the season 1-8 after starting 3-0 last year. So I think that the rest of the Big Ten East being down right now gives way for Maryland to get their win total up and be one of the more competitive teams in the conference.
Yeah, Maryland's going to pose a better challenge at the line of scrimmage than they have in years and years and years. Like you say, the recruiting's been really good, but a lot of defensive backs, a lot of running backs, a lot of wide receivers, not the stout play on either lines to compete with those other teams in the Big Ten. But they've done a nicer job, defensive line, offensive line recruiting, and that's starting to show up. Joey, thank you so much for the super sticker. We appreciate it. Penn State Joey there. Thank you so much for that. We also have Erica chiming in on Brian Ferentz. Thank you for the contribution, Erica. Brian Ferentz's contract is BS. We need to average 24.9 points per game and go to the portal for an offensive coordinator. At least the guest acknowledged that Iowa has had competent offensive play before. Yes, just to note, though, your 2020 example, Steve, of course, was the COVID year, 8 games played. I did a bit of a deep dive on this, and the last full season in which Iowa finished in the top 50, I think that was my criteria, top 50 in the nation in offense was 2006. So it's been quite some time.
Not even the 2015 undefeated season going into the Big Ten championship game. That's something.
So thank you, Erica. Thank you, Lemansky. Appreciate that. Luke Fickle shines as a coach. He works mostly in 2023 with Coach Chris Talent and must retain a team. Will it take some time? It took Harbaugh time. There's a thought there. Did want to hit you. Go ahead, Steve.
Harbaugh took Michigan from not even reaching a bowl to 10-3 his first year.
Yeah, finished in the top 10.
So he's starting with a 7-6 team with Wisconsin last year. And Fickle's turnaround at Cincinnati, I think he went 4-8 in year one, and then year two, 11-2. And one of their losses was an overtime game to Temple that they should have won. Their other loss was to the undefeated UCF team that won 25 straight games. So Fickle had a pretty quick turnaround effort at Cincinnati. And even last year when he lost a lot of his players, he still won 9 games, still sustained excellence throughout the rest of his tenure, and was very consistent. So he's a coach that I'm definitely very high on.
Lemansky, we acknowledge you might be thinking championship level for Jim Harbaugh, taking him quite some time. But yes, to Steve's point, 5-7 became 10-3 immediately in 2015, and a bowl win against Florida. And then, of course, they were winning 9 and 10 games even during that run of losses against Ohio State and failings to win the Big Ten championship. Steve, you're high on Fickle at Wisconsin. Are you high on Matt Rule, Nebraska in a first year?
It's tough. It's been a long time since we've seen Nebraska even have a winning season. Matt Rule, I've trying to look up his offensive concepts, and it seems like he brings different things every time he goes to a new conference and hasn't really run consistent concepts at Temple, at Baylor, when he was OC at South Carolina. So I'm kind of curious to see how Nebraska goes this year. Quarterback's Jeff Sims, another transfer quarterback from Georgia Tech, who I saw flashes of things I like from him, especially when he started out in that 2020 pandemic season when Georgia Tech beat Florida State in their opener, his first ever collegiate game. And then he's a big quarterback, can run a bit. I mean, so many teams want that big quarterback who can run and try to compare them to Josh Allen and Cam Newton. Not everyone is Josh Allen and Cam Newton, but I think Sims is a project that you can certainly work with, especially if he improves his accuracy this year. You do lose Trey Palmer in the receiving core, but I think that they restocked well. Billy Kemp is a guy that at Virginia played really well with Brennan Armstrong a few years ago, and then you return Marcus Washington and Xavier Betts. So I do think that Nebraska does have some pieces to work with on offense. And defense, I do like some of their returning pieces in the linebacking core, like Luke Reimer. Defensive line, it's very young unit. I'm not sure how Nebraska is going to thrive in the trenches there on the defensive line because they have some true freshmen that could be gunning for starting spots already. And I'm not sure how that's going to work against some of the Big Ten O lines. I think it's going to be a project for Matt Rule. I don't know if it's going to work in year one. Can they get to the 6-win mark for the first time since I think it's 2016? Possibly. I could see this team going maybe 6-7, 7-6 this year. But if they just revert to the same results as the last year, it won't surprise me. But this is going to be a project a few years in the making, probably for Matt Rule, considering what he was left with after Scott Frost's tenure.
Steve Helwick, Underdog Dynasty, and also Hustle Belt on SB Nation. Steve, is there anything in particular that you want everyone to know in terms of your work and your platforms?
No, they're listed on the screen. Just, I guess, my brand with college football coverage, even though I do an emphasis on Houston, Rice, AAC, CUSA, and MAC, is I pretty much will talk 133 teams with everyone. I still got to brush up a little bit on the two new teams, Sam Houston and Jacksonville State, but all 133 teams, watch them all. Really excited for a week 0 binge watch coming up soon. I'll be in San Diego for the kickoff with San Diego State, Ohio. So you can probably catch me on a campus almost every week of the season, starting with San Diego this year. And I'll have a few other cool ones I'm hitting up early. I think week 1, I'm doing a three-game and 3-night stretch. Kent State at UCF on Thursday night, Miami versus Miami in Miami on Friday night, and then going back to Houston for UTSA at Houston for the Big 12 opener for the Cougs. So looking forward to a lot of games this fall.
Well, Steve, as you mentioned, you're all over college football, regardless of the team, regardless of the conference, certainly. And that's one of the reasons why we bring you back time and time again. So we appreciate it. Again, Steve coming off of Big 12 Media Day coverage, going to the American Conference this next week. And if you have time, Steve, we'd certainly love to have you on to give us a rundown of what's being talked about at American Conference Media Days. And that week 0 gauntlet sounds like something that, again, if you've got a few minutes on the field after one or any of those games, that we'd love to catch up.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. Really appreciate it. I'll be available almost anytime.
All right, Steve. Thank you so much. Steve Helwick, Underdog Dynasty, Hustle Belt, great resource for college football. We've had Steve on for years and years and years and years, and he knows his stuff. There is no question about that. We appreciate your contributions here at the Voice of College Football. Thank you so much, Lemansky and Joey and Erica. You can also contribute at Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. Just search Mark Rogers TV. All right. Is this the year? So we produced and posted a video earlier today where I ran through the Big Ten Eastern Division teams to say, is this the year, fill in the blank? Is this the year Penn State wins a Big Ten championship for the first time since 2016? Trying to find those nuggets that have been out there for quite some time in regards to it being a while since something was accomplished. For Maryland, they've never won 3 consecutive bowl games following 3 consecutive seasons. Will they do that for the first time ever? and many of those. Rutgers never has posted a winning record in the Big Ten, nor has Maryland ever posted a winning record in the Big Ten. Rutgers, don't think they're going to get it done. If they go 3-6 in the Big Ten, that's going to be a successful Big Ten season for Rutgers. But Maryland, could the Terps go 5-4 and post their first winning conference record 10 years in the league? And many others will do a Big Ten Western Division version. We did the SEC East. And if people respond, we will continue those. Of course, I got to get back on my prediction videos. We've delivered Wisconsin, Washington, Arizona, Mississippi State, Minnesota, North Carolina, and maybe a few others. Also, our offensive and defensive fall camp previews. Fall camp starts first couple of days of August, so we don't have much time, but we're getting to as many teams as possible. We appreciate you guys checking out our Florida State offensive preview, Michigan defense, Michigan offense, Alabama offense, Oregon offense, and we will continue with others. We've got Ohio State coming soon. We've got Clemson coming soon, and many others. All right, I want to pose a topic here while I'm monitoring the comments and questions coming in. We've left the link in the chat, so if you want to join the show, please, we've left the link there in the chat. B-Bean is here. I believe we officially have a show now that B-Bean has showed up to declare the voice. Thank you, B-Bean. Appreciate your support. All right, Big Ten fans. Some of you that are a little bit non-analytical, maybe a little bit emotional, aren't going to like my breakdown of the quarterback play in the Big Ten. It's substandard. It has been substandard outside of Columbus, Ohio, generally, for a while. Now, historically, some of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the game, of course, have hailed from the Big Ten. Guys like Otto Graham, going way back. Yes, we go way back here at the Voice of College Football. We bring the historical into it. We will educate some of you in terms of the history of the game. Yes, Otto Graham, Northwestern. There you go. A little bit more recently, in the last 30 to 40, 50 years, the likes of Bob Greasy at Purdue. Purdue, arguably the best quarterback school in the history of college football. Gary Danielson, Mike Phipps, Bob Greasy, Mark Herman, Drew Brees, Kyle Orton, Curtis Painter, etc. So we've got Purdue, of course, and Aiden O'Connell. When he was right, when he was healthy in that 2021 season, if Purdue would have had a healthy Aiden O'Connell, and they did finish 8-6 this past year, it might have been a much prettier season for Purdue, even though they did get to the Big Ten championship game. Aiden O'Connell could sling it. Again, let's put Ohio State to the side here. Ohio State's quarterback play, being an elite, one of the very top of the line elite programs of all time, the quarterback play hasn't reached the level of the other positions until 6-7 years ago. Now, Ohio State, of course, is on a run of superior quarterback play. Michigan has delivered to us arguably the greatest quarterback of all time, not in college, but in the NFL. And, of course, guys like Brian Greasy, John Navarre, and others, Elvis Gerbach, and Todd Collins and others, capable, really good quarterbacks. Not elite quarterbacks, but very good quarterbacks. Top 20 quarterbacks in college football. Wisconsin, of course, has been a place of these guys are going to be NFL journeymen. They are going to be run, first and second down, play action on third down, competent quarterbacks. When Wisconsin's been at its best, minus the Russell Wilson year, of course, we know what Wisconsin has had. They have not delivered outstanding quarterback play. Northwestern, outside of Clayton Thorson, not strong quarterback play. We could go back to some of the quarterbacks that did reach the NFL, Brett Bazinet and other quarterbacks for Northwestern since they've been good in the last 20 or 25 years. So again, I'm not going to run through everyone. Kerry Collins at Penn State, of course, being for a long time the last Big Ten quarterback to be selected in the first round of the NFL draft. It was Kerry Collins in the year 96, correct? In the Carolina Panthers draft, 95, their first draft. And then no Big Ten quarterbacks taken in the first round of the NFL draft for years and years and years and years. And now that has been broken by the Ohio State quarterbacks. But outside of the Ohio State quarterbacks, any other Big Ten quarterbacks taken in the first round? No. So here we are going into this season. And for you Big Ten fans that just focus strictly on Big Ten football, the quarterback play and level of play may not be alarming to you. But for those of you that watch college football from coast to coast, consider the level of quarterback play in the Big Ten. It's not great. Go out to the Pac-12. Michael Penix, Jaden DeLora. We had Dorian Thompson-Robinson last year. We'll see if the true freshman plays this year or the Kent State transfer and what UCLA does. I'm not going to go through all the quarterbacks in the league, but Cam Rising, even Tanner Key, despite not having support and weapons around him at Stanford. And again, Bo Nix, the quarterback play in the Pac-12 was exceptional last year. It was the best in college football. I did not predict it to be the best in college football leading into 2022, but it became the best. Going into last season, I thought for sure that the ACC had the best quarterback play. Forgot that guy that plays for USC. He's pretty good too. So excellent quarterback play in the Pac-12, and they all come back, unlike C.J. Stroud, Aiden O'Connell, Peyton Thorne going to Auburn, and Peyton Thorne is no elite quarterback, but he leaves a void at Michigan State that leaves a question mark there. So the quarterback play in the Pac-12 is the best in college football. The best in college football. The Pac-12. This is like it's 1990 all over again, when the Pac-12 used to produce the best quarterback play with guys like Drew Bledsoe and Troy Aikman and Rodney Peete during the 80s. Yes, it was the Pac-12, better than everybody else because they were throwing the ball all over the lot and producing those kind of West Coast quarterbacks. Again, the ACC, despite not hitting the standard that I placed for it entering 2022, was still doggone good and will be really good, considering Jordan Travis has made himself an elite quarterback. 24 touchdowns, 5 picks, one of the great runners and dynamic playmakers. Cade Klubnik, yes, question marks because he hasn't played the bowl game against Tennessee, didn't look great. Played in spots against Notre Dame and Syracuse in particular. Cade Klubnik has a lot to prove, but they have matched him up with one of the best offensive minds in the game, Garrett Riley. I'm not going to go again through the ACC because this is a Big Ten show, but I am making the comparisons between Big Ten quarterback play and the quarterback play in other conferences, and the Big Ten might be fifth. I hate to make that call because I've not sized the entire league, like 1 through 14. But again, the ACC, Tyler Van Dyke, bounce back season, most likely for him out of Miami. I mentioned Klubnik. I mentioned Jordan Travis. You got Phil Jurkovec at Pitt. Brendan Armstrong moving from Virginia, where he threw 31 touchdowns and led the nation in passing 2 years ago, to NC State. The quarterback play, didn't mention Drake May, of course, at North Carolina. The SEC, KJ Jefferson, Jaden Daniels. Believe it, the Alabama quarterback play will be better than what we are expecting right now and what we've seen out of Tyler Buckner and Jalen Milroe. Will Rogers is a prolific quarterback, putting up ridiculous numbers at Mississippi State. And then whoever wins the job at Ole Miss between Jackson Dart and Spencer Sanders and Will Howard, they've got, or Walker Howard, they've got a huge amount of talent at Ole Miss. So again, the SEC is better than the Big Ten at the quarterback position. And then the Big 12, again, I'm not going to run down everyone, but off the top of my head, that might be the argument. Big 12, Big 10 at the quarterback position. All right, let's run down the Big 10. We do have, I believe, another super chat coming in here. Appreciate that coming from Lemansky. What you got, Lemansky? On behalf of the Hawks, Badgers, and Gophers, I apologize for our sucky quarterbacks, but our California P-Trash busted on us. Spencer Petras from California. I did not remember that. That is coming to mind now. Thank you, Lemansky. Yes, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota quarterback play generally bad. Generally bad. Minnesota's worse than the other two. Minnesota has not been good at quarterback. Tanner Morgan had the one big year, but it's really been a while for Minnesota at quarterback. All right. When we look at the conference, it's not a great picture here. And if you as Big Ten fans want to see a national championship, then you just need one guy. You just need one team and one guy. But if we're assessing the entire league, it's not going to be a good year unless Drew Aller and Kyle McCord come through in spades. And that very well could happen. Also, Luke Altmaier, I believe, is a bit of a wild card with a big plus side and a big ceiling at Illinois. So let's run them down. J.J. McCarthy is the class of the league as it stands right now. 22 touchdowns, 5 picks, elusive runner, great playmaker. The downfield passing needs to come along, and they need to work on that in game. Of course, they're working on it in practice, but he needs to be a better thrower of the football downfield. And so J.J. McCarthy, he's the best of the best. And I'm not running through the quarterbacks from top to bottom. Check out my quarterback rankings in the Big Ten, where I run down the quarterbacks top to bottom in the Big Ten. I think I did that. Did I do that? Yeah. Maybe I just did the teams. I did a top 10 national rankings. Drew Aller, all I had to do is see him spin it one time against Purdue in the opener last year. And I thought, okay, everything I heard about this guy and how effortlessly he spins it with touch, with accuracy, and of course with velocity, is he's first rate. But the quarterback situation is more about decision-making, leadership, all of those attributes. So Drew Aller, Penn State, Kyle McCord, the same deal, the same thing. There is no question about the talent. So it's not about talent. It's about making the right decisions and not just throwing for 5 touchdowns against Rutgers. Drew Aller and Kyle McCord's seasons are going to come down to the Michigan-Ohio State matchups, the Wisconsin game for Kyle McCord on the road, the Notre Dame game, Penn State. Really, it's those two games in division against Ohio State and Michigan, because Penn State's got West Virginia. Drew Aller could throw out, a 15 for 30 day with a couple picks, and they're going to beat West Virginia. So no big challenge outside the conference for Penn State. But if this conference is going to display excellent quarterback play, it's going to come from those two guys. Those are going to be the two guys that make the difference. McCarthy, a bit of a given, talking about Aller and McCord. Talia, really good quarterback, top 15 to 25 quarterback in college football. Really good. I believe 26 touchdowns, 11 picks last year. Noah Kim at Michigan State. So we know little about Noah Kim. Peyton Thorne goes to Auburn. So Peyton Thorne either recognized that he was losing the quarterback job or he was put off by not being the automatic starter after starting for 2 seasons. And one of those, a top 10 finish and a Peach Bowl victory, and thinking, hey, I shouldn't have to fight for this job. I'm gone. That possibly could have been the situation with Peyton Thorne. But maybe he was losing the job. Maybe he could see the writing on the wall and Noah Kim will be a better quarterback than Peyton Thorne. We don't know that. Question mark at Michigan State. And then, of course, rounding out the division, the Rutgers quarterbacks last year threw 9 touchdowns and 13 picks. Evan Simon, Gavin Wimsatt, they're just not quality quarterbacks. Sorry. Just bad quarterback play at Rutgers forever. Since, I can't think of his name. Number 16, Gary, about 10 years ago, 10 or 12 years ago. He's probably the last decent Rutgers quarterback. Then we've got a host of quarterbacks at Indiana. Now, this does not bode well for this season, but long term, if Tom Allen can survive 2023, this possibly bodes well for Indiana football going forward. They have 4 quarterbacks in play for this job, and they are all highly touted to a certain extent. The only guy that has shown anything is, of course, Dexter Williams, and he was injured in the Purdue game and still not ready to go full bore. Taven Jackson is the guy that's projected to win the job, the Tennessee 4-star. He's got the highest ceiling, Brendan Sorsby, and also you got Brock Lowry in the mix for Indiana. So they got 4 quarterbacks that can play or have the potential to be starting quarterbacks in the Big Ten. And that's the way it looks in the Big Ten Eastern Division. Please shop Amazon using the link in the description section of the videos. As you can see there on the screen as well, please sponsor the Voice of College Football. And the reason you want to do that is not to benefit us, even though it does, of course, but to build a partnership with a quality brand. And we can benefit and boost your product, your brand, your platform, your business in so many ways beyond what we do right here. So if you would like to find out more, hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. If you would be interested in sponsoring us here at the Voice of College Football or any of our channels or shows, you can be specific. If you're located in Nebraska and want to sponsor the Nebraska show and the Nebraska channel, for example, hit me up, MarkRogersTV at Gmail. In the Big Ten Western Division, Tanner Mordecai. We had Steve Helwick on. He talked about Tanner Mordecai. He was impressed with Mordecai at SMU. Of course, he threw 39 touchdowns 2 years ago and 33 this last year. There is going to be a jump in competition. The type of players that he will face and the type of games he will be challenged by in the Big Ten Western Division is something he has not seen. But he can play. Tanner Mordecai is a good quarterback. Cade McNamara at Iowa. This is the addition. This is the transfer portal move. This is the acquisition of the offseason in this division when you put it together with the defensive play at Iowa. Not that Cade McNamara is going to light it up. Not that he can put a team on his back. He can't do any of those things. But Spencer Petras was so awful. And quarterback play before that, Nate Stanley, Nate Stanley was good. I like Nate Stanley, but more of a gunslinger, more of a guy that was hot and cold. Cade McNamara is going to bring consistency week in and week out to the position and leadership. And he's not going to go too high, too low, too hot, too cold, steady hand, do the right thing. Just give him adequate time, catch the ball. He's got the tight end in play. They've got 3 good tight ends, certainly 2 for sure, and Eric All and Luke Lachey. Cade McNamara, a top 25 to 30 quarterback in college football. Luke Altmyer is the wild card in all of this, in that because of the skill position players and the talent around McCord and Aller, it would be shocking if they didn't have big seasons. They are going to have big statistical seasons, especially McCord. It's all about them performing on the big stage in the big games against the best teams. For McCord, he's got more opportunities with Notre Dame on the schedule. But back to Luke Altmyer, in terms of whether he may not be ready to go, or he could be one of the 3 or 4 best quarterbacks in the conference by season's end. He learned under Lane Kiffin. He battled for the job at Ole Miss against Jackson Dart. Luke Altmyer has skills. So biggest quarterback ceiling relative to what they've accomplished thus far, Luke Altmyer, Illinois. Ethan Kalkumanis, we talked about him, 3 touchdowns, 4 picks, and really was put in a box at Minnesota. They relied on Mo Ibrahim and the defense to win games. That worked, and really didn't need him until the final game against Wisconsin, and he pulled through. I think that he is an upgrade over Tanner Morgan. So Minnesota's better at quarterback with Ethan Kalkumanis, especially if he has just taken a reasonable step forward this offseason. Reasonable step. 3 touchdowns, 4 picks. Again, the Wisconsin game was a really hopeful sign for Minnesota fans this year. And speaking of which, we've got our guy, Daniel House from Gophers Guru. We got him lined up for later this week, and so expect some Minnesota coverage coming from us here at the Voice of College Football. SEC Media Days. We have not forgotten about SEC Football Media Days here at the Voice of College Football. So any SEC fans watching us right now thinking, Mark, going on with your Big Ten show, and it's the middle of SEC Media Days. You will see so much SEC Media Day coverage over the next 4 days. Just hang tight. If something just crazy or funny or shocking would have been stated this afternoon, I would have responded. I would have been live, or I would have posted a video, but nothing really hit me. I went through Greg Sankey's comments. Actually, for the first time in my life, I don't have the SEC network. So I'm used to, media days, boom, turn on the SEC network, watch all of it, record all of it, take all of it in. But I do not have the SEC network, and no, I'm not going to get the SEC network just for media days. I will have it for the season. I need to have every college football outlet for the season, but not for media days. But I do miss it because I do like to watch all the media day coverage. And by the time we get to day 4 in the SEC, then I've pretty much had it. I'm like, okay, that's enough. Will's here. Will, we appreciate you. Will is high on Jeff Sims. We're getting to Jeff Sims. Thank you for the contribution, Will. I made this statement also because Zach Smith knows what he's talking about. We've had him on a number of times, and he said on our little show here, just days after Jeff Sims transferred from Georgia Tech to Nebraska, that he said, and I at the time thought, this makes things interesting for Casey Thompson, but Casey Thompson's a little better than Jeff Sims. That was my assessment after watching Casey Thompson for not much time at Texas initially in his first season. Really, he had his breakout when he entered the Alamo Bowl against Colorado and lit it up. Like he looked like Matthew Stafford in that game. That's who he looked like, making the kind of throws that he made. He looked like a poor man's Matthew Stafford in the Alamo Bowl against Colorado. Then he came back the next season and led the Big 12 in touchdown passes, took over at Nebraska. Didn't light it up or have some outstanding season last year, but they completely collapsed when he left the field. When he got hurt, oh my goodness, look at the point totals, look at the yardage totals with Casey Thompson, and then the last 3 or 4 games of the season for the Huskers. So I thought he was pretty secure in his quarterback spot. They signed Jeff Sims, and I thought, okay, this makes things interesting. And that's when Zach Smith was on and said, people tell me, the people I trust in the coaching profession, assistant coaches that have worked with these guys, that Jeff Sims is going to win this job. And lo and behold, he won it to the degree that Casey Thompson transferred almost immediately before spring practice, right? So Jeff Sims, with capable talent and weapons around him at Nebraska, better than what he had at Georgia Tech, we'll see, although he's facing better defenses at Nebraska. Hudson Card at Purdue. Hudson Card was the guy that battled Casey Thompson for the starting job at Texas, and he was on again, off again, starting quarterback at Texas for a few years. Got to be impressed with what Hudson Card did this last season against Alabama. Check out the Alabama game. Consider that he comes into the game after Quinn Ewers was hurt and knocked out of the game. Hudson Card was already hurt, and his game is running. He's a running quarterback who can throw, but slightly more runner than thrower. And Hudson Card put on a show against Alabama from the standpoint of gutting out a game with a horribly, for playing condition, horribly injured ankle. Completely took away his brand of football, and he's facing Alabama, and he left the field with the lead. Let's put it that way. Much like Jalen Hurts in the 2016 national championship game, he did all he could do. He left the game with the lead, and the defense gave up a field goal that ended the game, and Hudson Card did not get it done in that game technically. But yeah, so Hudson Card at Purdue, a much different quarterback than Aiden O'Connell last year. And it's not like Jeff Brom's still there orchestrating the same offense. So it's now Hudson Card, different offensive philosophy that's going to be built around him and his skill set, and him running around improvising with, of course, Brian Walters as the new head coach, coming in from the defensive side from the Illinois staff. Who else have we? Oh, how can we forget? Come on. We've hit on 13 teams here. Who have we missed on? We've hit on 13 quarterback situations. Northwestern, they're still playing football, huh? They're still in the Big Ten, technically. I guess they're going to play football. I guess they're going to have a football team. I guess they're going to have enough players after they all get disciplined or whatever's going to happen with all of that. Yes, we'll talk some Northwestern quarterback room. Ben Bryant, the transfer coming in from Cincinnati. 2 really strong seasons with the Bearcats. Check him out. I've seen him play multiple times against big opponents. Arkansas 2 years ago comes to mind. Ben Bryant's a decent quarterback, although in that Arkansas game did not have his best game. Cincinnati might have pulled off an upset if he would have hit some throws, but he did play a better second half. Brendan Sullivan, who got a majority of the starts the past 2 seasons, plays into it as well. Although I got to think Ben Bryant is going to be the starting quarterback at Northwestern. And then Ryan Helinski, of course, his claim to fame was beating Georgia while he was at South Carolina. Ryan Helinski. So Big Ten quarterback play, I'm going to say, as it stands right now, the best quarterbacks in college football, top to bottom, in a conference, Pac-12 number one. Might have to do a little bit more research and thinking about ACC versus SEC, but off the top of my head, I would go ACC number 2, SEC number 3, and then I really have to match up the Big 12 versus the Big 10. Clayton Tune comes to the Big 12 via Houston, one of the best quarterbacks in college football. I believe he was PFF rated the number 1 quarterback in college football. We're happy to announce that, not that any of you care, but hopefully you will see the benefits of it. We've signed up for the Pro Football Focus full website so we can delve into those statistics as we go forward. All right. Appreciate everyone being here. We've dropped the link. Did not get it in the description section. My bad. My apologies. I was so good about that for about 4 consecutive shows, but the link is in the comments and we will drop it back in there. So please join the show if you would like. And yes, we will have plenty from SEC Media Days. If I come across something that moves me tonight as I review the coaches' trips to the podium, then you'll see a video tonight. Otherwise, we have guests lined up from LSU, Alabama, Auburn, Arkansas, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee. All those media guests are going to be here at the Voice of College Football between now and through Thursday. How about that? All right, let's take our first call of the night. Coming in from our friend Chris. Chris, how you doing tonight?
Fine. How are you?
I'm good. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. They told me they should let you chime in on this since they don't think I'm telling the truth about it. But it's not. I'm not trying to put Ohio State in a bad light or anything. But they have I think if I did it correctly, I went and looked at their. And again, don't take it the wrong way, Mark. I'm not trying to put Ohio State in a bad light, but they only have a 29% winning percentage against the SEC. Do you have any explanation for that?
No, I don't have a good explanation. I have some explanation. So first and foremost, the first of those games, I believe, was played in 1977. Is that correct? Do you have the games in front of you?
Unfortunately, I don't. No, I'm sorry.
Okay, so most of those games are obviously postseason games.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, almost all. Actually, I believe they played a series against LSU in 1987 and 88, and they won in Columbus and they tied in Death Valley. And other than that, those are the only regular. Well, they played Alabama in the Kickoff Classic in 1986, and they lost 16-10. I will say this. Of course, the SEC has been the best conference. And to compare Ohio State's record, let's say, against the SEC, against any other team in the Big Ten, it's not necessarily fair because they've always played. This is on the high end of championship games.
Yeah, that makes sense. I understand that.
But they should. That's who they've been, and those are the kind of teams they've played. You know, they've played. They played a 12-1 Alabama team in the 95 Citrus Bowl. They played, of course, back-to-back championship games, BCS championship games against Florida and LSU in 06 and 07. They played Alabama here in the championship game a few years ago, and they played them in the playoff in 2014.
Right.
They played Florida in the Gator Bowl when Luke Fickell was the interim coach. They played Georgia back in the 92 Citrus Bowl. And that was a game that there was a missed exchange. They were down around the 25-yard line with just a couple minutes left to play, and they were down by a touchdown, and they missed a handoff and fumbled and lost the game against a really good Garrison Hurst, Eric Zier, Andre Hastings, Georgia team.
It's kind of like, I mean, again, you might get the wrong idea.
It's a bad record.
No, it's not really. If you weigh all that, it's actually not bad at all. Because that's kind of my point. Michigan in the Rose Bowl isn't very right. Well, that's against the best that the Pac-12 has to, So it's like, well, Michigan wins Schembechler. So like it's kind of the same. I think the same analogy. It's like you're talking about a team playing the best of the SEC and probably a team playing the best of the Pac-10. I guess it would have been. And so you're not probably going to have a very good record against that sort of thing. It's kind of what I'm thinking.
Well, it should be better. It should be better, because they have been seeded, as you well know. This happened years ago, more so than it happens now, where a team or a school, a football program at the level of Ohio State would tend to get slotted higher. So, for example, in 1989, they played a 6th-ranked Auburn team in the Hall of Fame Bowl, and they were barely in the top 25. I think they were number 24. But they're Ohio State. The Hall of Fame Bowl went past other teams like Illinois that were higher ranked, higher seeded in the Big Ten, because the bowls have a certain level of leeway to go a couple seeds down to grab a team if they really want them. So that happened a few times as well. The 95 Citrus Bowl, they were playing an Alabama team that came within 1 point of playing in the national championship game. And that Ohio State team was 9-4. They were decent. They were good, but not.
No, I understand.
Should have been playing a team that came within 1 point of going to the national championship game.
I understand my objective all the time. Like I'm trying to put Ohio State, and I'm not. I'm just throwing stuff out there to kind of give people something to think about because, it's like I said, like with Michigan, for whatever, and I think it's just the fact that, you're playing the best at the, and who knows at the time, probably, would know, I wouldn't know really, but if they're not beating the Rose Bowl, it's because they're playing the best team, possibly the best team in the country at the time. And so having not a very good record in the Rose Bowl isn't necessarily reflective of in my opinion, it just means that it actually might even mean that they're very good, even if their record isn't very good, because if you're playing the best, you're not going to have, most teams aren't going to have a winning record against the best team. That's just stupid to even think that you would. But so really the 30% winning percentage, which is basically what it is, that's not bad. It's just not maybe as good as you'd like it to be. That's all. It's not a bad record.
I think you're being kind, Chris. I would say, so there's people out there that completely bash Ohio State's record against the SEC. And I understand, I get it. You're kind of on the kind end. You're on the other end of the spectrum. I'm somewhere in between. Ohio State should be much better than what their record has been against the SEC. But but again, look at what happened this past college football playoff. They probably showed that at least on that night, they were the second best, or maybe the best team in the country.
No, they probably should have beaten them.
And they lost 42-41 to Georgia.
So they only lost because the field goal wasn't converted. That's you don't get that much closer to not winning.
And they had their best player knocked out of the game late in the third quarter. That didn't help.
Well, can I ask you one other thing if you're not?
Sure.
Well, again, you probably hate to hear about it, I guess, but I kind of think last year, even though I'm not like anti-playoff really, but I'm really not. It may sound like I am. If it puts the two best teams together, I'm all for it. If you want to know the truth, if the two best teams were Texas Christian and Georgia, then that's the way it, maybe even expand it if you have to get the right two teams in there. But I just think with the fact that Ohio State lost to Michigan, that's your model for what should qualify a team. Why can't we just have Georgia and Michigan, maybe for second place put Ohio State and Texas Christian, kind of like they do in I don't know if it was high school. There's they have consolation brackets all the time, and then I guess maybe if they want to maybe expand that out, then maybe have the consolation champion play. I've seen that happen before where. So let's say Michigan lost to Georgia and let's say Ohio State defeated Texas Christian, then maybe have a consolation, because I've seen that before where they have the consolation team advance. I wouldn't be against that necessarily, and then that would give Ohio State a second chance. But
second chance for what?
Well, they'd already lost to Michigan, Mark. I mean, I
I
don't know.
understand, but I'm just
That's
making the
that's
point.
my
A
whole point.
second chance to prove what? To be the second place team in the country?
Best team, because you've never seen a consolation bracket. I have, where I think I saw it when I was in high school. What they would do, like if a team lost really early, sometimes that wasn't really fair because it was like, well, maybe they had a bad game, or kind of like what you were saying, like they were, didn't really have the best team together, and so it gives a team a second chance. Is kind of what it does. And so if you have the consolation, kind of like all it would really affect, honestly, would just be the seedings probably. So we would still have the title game that kind of like you said, the title game seems like it was between Ohio State and Georgia is what it kind of looks like. So if we had this consolation bracket where it's like Ohio State and Texas Christian, and then so the advancement would be Georgia and Ohio State, then we could still have what you want, which is a title game that includes more teams, but without having to like compromise what the championship's all about.
So before I tear up this consolation business, let me ask you a question, Chris. Would the playoff not have included as a consolation game the way it played out? Ohio State and Michigan would have been the consolation game.
Well, as it played out, I suppose. But I guess what I'm trying to say is the way I would have done it, and you have to weigh that into whether that's even the right way to do it. I would have probably put, if I could do it, which I can't because I don't have any say about it. But like I say, I would actually probably not even include a consolation. I'd just say, let Michigan and Georgia play, let the winner be the title game. But because so many people don't like that, because I know there's people that don't, I think you're probably one of them, then allow for another team to advance. No, I don't have an issue with that. So my guess, not knowing, I mean, we never really know until they suit up and play, but my guess would be it probably would have been Ohio State. So we would have had the title game between Ohio State and Georgia, which would have given Ohio State the opportunity to prove that they were the best team by beating Georgia, which they almost did anyway. And all the consolation is about, all it really does, Mark, is it gives everybody a second chance. It doesn't just give one team a second chance. It might not sound like it does, but it does. It lets any team, in this case, it would have been Ohio State or Texas Christian, I guess whichever one would have won, the opportunity to show that they could beat Georgia, which obviously Texas Christian didn't, but Ohio State probably should have.
So, Chris, anytime the term consolation is used, it means that you no longer can win the championship. It's exactly that. It's a consolation, meaning you're consoling someone.
I'm talking about.
Is that what we're talking about?
About two separate title games. I'm talking about there would have been the championship game between Michigan and Georgia. That would have been like the
Why Michigan and Georgia?
Because those were the two best teams. And then you have the consolation title game between Ohio State and Texas Christian. And then the winners advance. I guess that might not be too fair to Michigan if they got beat, but still it would give Ohio State the chance to show that they could beat Georgia. It just gives a team a second chance to show that they can win it.
Okay, let me just make sure I'm understanding this. At the end of last season, the regular season, you would have determined Georgia, they're undefeated, Michigan, they're undefeated, are the two best teams in college football.
Well, sure.
And so they would have played in a championship game.
Well, BCS would have put them together. I'm not saying. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
What's this Ohio State TCU game?
Well, it's like, I guess what they're playing for is for second place, in effect. They're actually playing, or third.
There's only two problems with that, Chris.
Maybe third place. Maybe
there's
they're
basically two problems with that game. Okay. Number one, nobody's going to watch it. Nobody cares. Once you say there's no championship involved, nobody's going to care.
Uh-huh.
And number two, there's no way the players are going to show up for this game. They're not playing. They're not playing for a game that doesn't count.
I'm just trying to circumvent what happened last year where we almost had two teams that probably shouldn't even been in the chase playing for a championship. I don't really think that's best for the sport, because if we know that Michigan's already better, I don't know how you can argue that it should have been Ohio State if Ohio State lost to Michigan. I don't really know where you can even make a case based on that. And then you have Texas Christian, who lost to Kansas State and Oklahoma State. Well, they had one loss only, but they had the one loss, and so they're not necessarily the best either. Why are they even in considered? I don't even understand why they're even in the considered, because they're maybe for third place, sure. But I think
they're
it should
considered
have been
because there's four teams that reach the playoffs, so they have to pick four teams.
That's one of the reasons I don't like a playoff, though. That's why I don't like a playoff. But I understand that the playoff doesn't always work. I understand that. I'm not so stupid I can't figure that out. But most of the time I think we're okay without one, but I mean, there's times where we don't have a distinct champion without a playoff. I understand that, but I don't really understand how it really benefits anybody to use a playoff if it doesn't select the two best teams. Is kind of what I'm trying to tell you. If it doesn't put the two best teams together,
The two best teams were selected based on your criteria, and most people who thought Georgia and Michigan were the two best teams going into the playoff, they were at the playoff, both of them.
I know you like playoffs, and I'm not even saying you're wrong to even have that opinion. I just kind of think we're doing something that doesn't really make things better. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if it's as simple as putting Michigan and Georgia in a championship game, I don't know why we can't just do that. I just don't understand why that's not a bad thing. And I understand that Georgia should have lost to I'll even go as far as to say should have. Georgia should have lost to Ohio State. And I understand that maybe even Texas Christian maybe should have lost to Michigan. I'm not going to say that they.
Okay.
But if it doesn't give the right result, then it's not the right way. I mean, if it doesn't work.
You're a BCS guy.
Right.
You like the BCS.
I like the BCS, right.
But we can count a number of times in which the BCS didn't come to the best conclusion of which two teams should have been playing in a championship.
Well, I don't want to argue that point, Mark, because it really doesn't go anywhere. But, I think I already told you it works the majority. It worked. I did the math because I went back and looked, and I did as fairly as I could possibly do it without putting my own opinion on it. I think it got it right 56% of the time. And you can look at that and say, well, that's terrible. Do whatever you want. But I mean, 56% of the time we had the right team as the champion. I mean, and I'm not even saying distinct champion. In other words, the other 40, what would it be? 44% would have been split. So it worked every time, but it only had the right champion 56%. That was how well it worked, was 56%. And you can say what you want to about 56% being good, bad, terrible, whatever, but that's how well the BCS worked, was 56%.
And that BCS was around for 16 seasons, correct? 1998 through 2013.
Like I said, it was 9, so that would have been 9 out of 16, and then in the CFP, it would have worked 5 out of 9.
I'm counting 9 times in which the BCS championship game was seriously flawed.
Well, okay. Well, you have a little bit higher criteria than I do. I only counted 7. I only got to 7 on that one.
So you're okay with even if we go with your numbers, you're okay with a system that puts the two best teams or the two most deserving teams in a championship game like 55% of the time.
Actually, what I'm promoting, if you want to know the truth, and I've tried to explain it. I'm not very good at explaining things. People get on me all the time because I'm terrible at my explanation. But actually, what I might be actually promoting is kind of like what I was trying to tell you. After we play all the games, then have a consolation team, one team. I don't really even care. I don't even know that it really matters to me which team it is, because I don't like having to make those decisions. But advance one team to play in a championship game. In other words, just add one more game. And then that would work, it would take it from 56% to 100%. It just would. I mean, it would, in other words, instead of it being right 56% of the time, or I guess in your case, 50% or whatever, because you have a higher bar, I guess, than I do, it would raise it from 56% to 100 just by adding one more game.
So if you had your way, we would go back to the BCS era. And in addition to that, after the BCS championship game, which would then not be a championship game, you would add another game.
Well, I'm not even saying we should do that. If you want, all right, you're putting me on the hot seat. So
I'm just trying to understand what you're telling me.
Honestly, what my preferred way is not to add any game and just let the BCS play itself out. And then if there's dispute, then split the title, because that's really what it really ever did anyway. I don't really understand why that's such a huge problem. Well, so you split a title. That's going to like ruin your life forever? You had to share a title with somebody? I mean, to me, it's kind of like in 1984. Yeah, it would have been a lot better if we just had Washington and BYU play, and then we'd know for sure. But I don't know that it's such a bad thing. I know that Washington didn't claim a title that year, but they probably deserve one. I mean, they beat the second best team in a bowl alliance pairing. I mean, sure, I don't have a problem with giving them equal recognition. But why is that such a problem to where it's like, oh, we have 2 national champions? I mean, I don't know. That's what I mean. Why can't we just either have a split title or put those 2 teams together in a postseason title game and call it good? I don't really understand what this playoff really does, but I'm not really telling you to do anything. I'm just saying that playoffs don't really make me happy.
So at some point in the history of athletics,
do you think that I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mark, but do you think, let's just pretend, because if he makes that field goal, they win. Do you think that settles all debate since Ohio State, they still lost to Michigan? How do you that was a mistake, I guess, that we don't count that game?
Does it end all the debates in terms of who Ohio State and Michigan fans would argue about who's better? No, it would not have. It would have added to the debate, but there would be no argument over which team won the national championship.
Then I understand if Michigan had beaten Texas Christian, which they probably should have, then we could have had another chance to see who the better team was. I understand that, but I just don't understand what good that does, because then, okay, so let's just say that Ohio State wins and they're the best team. If Michigan wins, then I guess it's clear that it's Michigan. I can maybe relate to that a little bit. I don't know. Actually, Mark, I just don't know if this playoff thing's a good idea. That's all I'm trying to say. I just don't know if it's a good idea.
I'll make one other statement and then you can have your last say, and then we'll move on to some other callers. Here's the deal, Chris. At some point in athletics, whether that was in this country or somewhere in the world, whether this was 100 years ago or 1,000,000 years ago, somebody determined we have all these athletic competitions. So after the games that have been scheduled, why don't we take the best teams based on the teams that have won the most games and have them play each other?
I don't have an objection to that.
Let's say we've got 16 teams in this league. Why don't we take 4 of them or 8 of them or some number, regardless of the number, and we'll have them play, and that will determine who the champion is.
Okay. Yeah, that's the bracket.
That's simply what we're doing here. Now, I don't like the way they're selected, but that's what we're doing.
I guess all I'm trying to tell you, Mark, because I think the title game was between Ohio State and Georgia. Even if it wasn't the right teams, like somehow by stroke of luck, I guess they got the right 2 teams in. I don't know. So even if I'm wrong about what I say, I don't see what good a playoff did. It should have been over at the time that Georgia beat Ohio State. That was the title game. That's who. You can add another game. Sure, go ahead and do it.
Well, Chris, you have to have a predetermined format. You can't just say, "Oh, did you see that Ohio State Georgia game? That was the national championship game. We're going to call off the game that we're going to play in 10 days. Just cancel it." You can't do that.
Well, and then like in 2014, I think it was Ohio State and Alabama. I think that was the national championship game.
I did too. I thought they were the 2 best teams. That doesn't mean you cancel the championship game.
Well, anyway, I'm not real big on the playoff, and I'm not real big either on even though I wouldn't mind seeing I think the BCS was a fairly good way of, you can use it however you want, 56%, say it's crap, whatever. That's how well it worked, you said it didn't work as well, whatever, 50% then, I don't know. Anyway, I had it at 56%. That means 44% of the time we had a split title. That's really all that really means. 44% it didn't get it the right 2 teams.
All right, Chris.
All right.
Well, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too.
We will keep it moving here on the Big Ten Live Show. And again, SEC fans, college football fans, keep in mind, we've not ignored the conference where it just means more. We will have plenty of SEC coverage throughout the week. So keep it right here. Will, what's going on?
What's going on, Mark?
How are you?
I'm doing good. I think it's fun that I hadn't honestly forgot that Noah Kim was like a quarterback in college. Like he torched my high school team a couple of years. So it'll be interesting to see how he does in the next level. I mean, we weren't that good, but he knocked us out of the playoffs 2 years in a row. One thing I have that like started floating around Notre Dame Twitter that I have to add is if Tommy Rees performs pretty well at Alabama, gets them back to the playoff, what do you think he would be a good candidate for Northwestern?
Sure, I think he would be. Yeah, young guy, bright guy. Sure.
Yeah, I just think it would be interesting. I don't know if like Northwestern would hire a Notre Dame guy, but I just think it would be fun to talk about. Another thing
what's the issue between Notre Dame and Northwestern?
Well, I just know like Pat Fitzgerald always like didn't like Notre Dame because he didn't recruit him, and I guess that kind of became a sort of a rivalry in the
I'm going to take a guess here, Will, that Pat Fitzgerald's preferences have taken a huge hit at Northwestern.
I mean, that's fair, but it's just like I feel like a lot of other Northwestern people feel the same way as him. And Do you think that what are the probability you think that Maryland will be ranked this year? Do you think it could happen? I'm just curious. When I was watching your video, that's what I was thinking. I was like, when was the last time Maryland was ranked?
Yeah, that's another good one.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that would have been the last time that Maryland would have been ranked at the end of a season. I think their last winning record was like 2010 before the last 2 years. But I think it's way before that. I think it was like sometime in the early 2000s when they had some 10-3, 9-4 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like Jeff Sims, like when I watch the guy, he just seems talented. He just had no O-line at all when he was at Georgia Tech. I felt like because when the Irish played Georgia Tech in 2021, like he was kind of just sacked the whole game. I felt like.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that call, did you see that call was making me that last call, but I feel like
for
it
one
would be
thing, yeah, consolation games. Nobody's watching consolation games. Nobody's going to play. Can you imagine telling Marvin Harrison Jr. or anybody you're going to play a consolation game? And then the other thing was when I truly dug into it, I don't even think that they were really consolation games. I don't know. It was hard for me to determine.
I mean, a consolation game is a New Year's Six game. Like, that's why, like, that's kind of what I consider those bowls now. I mean, it's kind of sad that that's what
Yeah,
bowls have come
to a certain extent. But to me, going back to the NCAA tournament used to play consolation games in the Final Four.
That's dumb.
A true consolation game is you're playing in a tournament to win a championship, and then you lost, and you're still going to play another game for whatever sake. Now, I understand that if it's an AAU basketball tournament and they need reps and they need practice, and you just keep playing, even after you get knocked out of but we're talking about high-level competitive sports. You know, we're not going to take the AFC and NFC championship game losers and say we're going to play a game on Saturday before the Super Bowl and let those guys play. You know, it's just stupid.
Mike G said Ronnie Culver ran him over in high school. That's cool. Ronnie
Wow.
Culver was a Notre Dame legend.
Sure.
And one thing I think would be fun, I'm saying, since we're talking about games that don't really matter, I think it would be fun to do a transfer portal Pro Bowl, sort of, to like give colleges a chance to scout the transfer portal players. I feel like that would be fun.
Yeah, so we're talking about things that will never happen.
I mean, it won't happen, but I feel like it would be fun to watch. I mean, people would watch it.
Oh, man. Yeah, that would be fun to watch. Select. Wow. We would have had, who would have been our 3 deep starting quarterbacks on 2 teams? So 6 transfer portal quarterbacks from this last season. Obviously, Sam Hartman, Devin Leary, maybe Brennan Armstrong.
Maybe GJU.
Yeah. Okay.
Cade?
Maybe Cade. Maybe Hudson Card. Jeff Sims. There's a lot of them. Casey Thompson. We're up to 8 already, and we haven't even touched Phil Jerkovic. Yeah. So the first few are easy, and then it would be a tough decision after that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that would be like a fun spring game. Taven Jackson, Jeffrey says in the chat.
Yeah.
So yeah, but you don't think it would ever happen?
So let's see. So this game would have to be played after spring practice.
Yeah, maybe before or after. Yeah, I guess after would make the most sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too much cooperation would have to be achieved.
Yeah. Well, it was a good thought.
And I don't know about the willingness of the players to play in a competitive game after they played spring practice.
I don't know. Like, maybe the players would do it if it was like the Pro Bowl now. I mean, the Pro Bowl is a joke now. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they would do that. I don't know.
Maybe they do it if they make some money.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Like, why does Sam Hartman want to play in a meaningless game in the spring?
Yeah.
When he's already transferred to Notre Dame. Well, in your scenario, these guys are still on the market.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It would be fun, but yeah, I was just thinking about it. Well, I'm excited to see John's. Yeah, I'm excited to see John's guest on the Ocho. Going to ask some hard-hitting Michigan questions. I have one in particular, but I'll just say it now because I think he's doing his pre-show meeting. Can Jim Harbaugh win a bowl game? Because he's struggled in bowl games. I mean, the first year they knocked off Florida, but he went 1-1 with Stanford, and then only like 1-6 now with Michigan?
Yes.
So I think that'll be fun.
Yeah, they lost to Florida State, South Carolina, Alabama. No, who'd I miss? Florida State, South Carolina. Who am I blanking on? 2018. That was
2018. Was that Florida?
Lord. Yeah, Florida. Yeah. Then Alabama. Then Georgia, TCU. Yeah, they've lost 6 consecutive games. Postseason games.
Now we have Tim in the chat throwing some shade, but of course, as a Notre Dame fan, but like at least we won our non-New Year's Six bowl game. So like we have a pretty strong record in non-New Year's Six bowl games since BK came. So at least we've won those. I mean, I know it's not saying much, but
yeah. Well, if you look at the Big Ten since BCS and New Year's Six bowl games, you can imagine what that looks like.
Yeah, it's not very good.
It's Ohio State.
Yeah, it's Ohio State.
A zillion more than everybody else. It's like 13 for Ohio State, and
Iowa won 1.
Iowa's got 1. I think Penn State has 4. I think Penn State and Wisconsin each have 4. Penn State beat Florida State in the Orange Bowl. They, of course, won the last 2. Well, they won the
Florida State Orange Bowl.
Yeah, they of course in the James Franklin era they beat Washington in the Fiesta. They beat Memphis in the Cotton, and they won the Rose Bowl. Wisconsin beat, and even the Wisconsin and Penn State wins aren't exactly the most impressive when you throw in Memphis and a 5-loss Florida State team and Utah, a 4-loss team.
Yeah, Wisconsin has that one over PJ, right?
Yeah, the Western Michigan game. They beat Miami in the Orange Bowl.
Oh, that was in the Orange Bowl? Okay.
They beat, the first 2 years of the BCS, they beat UCLA and Stanford.
Oh, I thought we were just talking about New Year's Six. Okay.
Oh, if you go New Year's 6 just since 2014, then it is. Wow. What's Ohio State have? They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They've got 7. And Michigan has none. Wisconsin has 2. Penn State has 3. And that's it.
Yeah.
Can't think of anybody else. Yeah, nobody else has won a New Year's Six game.
But yeah, I guess, if we were talking BCS, then Iowa and Wisconsin too. But I don't think anyone else besides those 4.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how hopefully this Notre Dame quarterback visit goes well with Deuce, and hopefully we can Irish can pick up another quarterback, but other than that, it's been a pretty depressing offseason.
I don't know if you were around for my statement that the Big Ten most likely has the worst quarterback play in college football.
Mm-hmm. I think the Big 12's close. But
yeah, I would.
I'm not going to say
that.
I started watching the show when I come in late. I started watching at 2 times speed, and then I eventually catch up. Yeah,
I'm not going to make that declaration until I line up the Big Ten and the Big 12. But I will say that the Big Ten is behind the other 3.
Yeah, but it'll be interesting to see if the Big Ten can have a strong quarterback season.
Oh, let's not forget. Sorry, Daniel, Sparty.
Oh gosh,
Sparty's got 2. Yeah, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Michigan State fans. So Cotton Bowl against Baylor, 42-41.
That was a game and a half. That was a great game.
It was a great game. Connor Cook lighting it up in the 4th quarter, and they had a big interception in that game too. And of course, the Peach Bowl. Then if we go BCS, they tack on another one in the Rose Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good Rose Bowl too. Right? Wasn't that a good game?
Yes.
Yeah.
24-20.
Mm-hmm. It would be interesting to see how long Mel Tucker lasts at Michigan State. It's been a rough year. Few years for him.
I'm not impressed. I know they had the one big year, but not impressed. He has much to prove and was awarded a lot of money twice. A little ahead of when he earned it. So, all right, Will, anything else?
I'm going to go. I have to transfer from my phone. I got to plug this in, but I'll be on the Ocho. It'll be fun.
Sounds good, Will. Appreciate you being here.
All right. Thanks, Mark, for having me on.
Have a good night. We will keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. We, of course, have Jeffrey on the line. Jeffrey, what's going on?
I'm doing good. So you can call back for a One Scoop John's part of the show.
Sure.
I had no idea. I thought it was just one call, but I didn't know. Maybe I'll call in later. But yeah, I wanted to talk to you about your video that you made earlier on the Big Ten East and with the questions or whatever. Is this the year? Yes. It was a great video.
Thank you.
You're welcome, man. I mean, Indiana, obviously Ohio State, that makes sense.
I had to come up with something for Indiana, even though they weren't realistic. I had to find something.
Yeah, for sure, obviously, with Ohio State, how long it's been. I think I said 1987 when I was on last week. 88. It was 1988. Yeah. And but I still think the more obtainable goal's got to be than winning a bowl game for the first time. I still think that's achievable. It's almost like they've been unfortunate the last 2 years, that they've been to a bowl game because of the fact that they had to play 2 SEC teams. In Tennessee and Ole Miss, they should have won both those games, especially the Tennessee game. But even though technically you did a live stream about this the other day, but Tennessee, that bowl game don't even count anymore, which is hilarious. The Tennessee Gator Bowl win doesn't even count, but Indiana still can't claim credit for it that they won. So it's just it's a no bowl. It's like no one won, which is crazy.
Yeah, that is funny. I didn't think of that.
Yeah,
that was the highlight of the Jeremy Pruitt era right there.
Yeah, and it don't even count anymore. But unfortunately, again, Indiana fans can't lay claim to it. But I do think Indiana needs to go 6-6, and then play like a Duke again, something like that. Even though they lost to Duke with the field goal, back then in 2015, I think that if they can play like a 6-6 ACC team, I think they'd have a decent shot of being able to win their first bowl game. They don't need to play an SEC team, though. That would just not probably help them in any way, shape, or form, because if Darrell was here, he'd be talking about the SEC, and yes, they are the best conference.
I should quiz myself on who Indiana has lost to in all these bowl games going back to, it was Virginia Tech. Was that not the last win?
They beat Tech. Baylor in the Copper Bowl.
Oh, I think the Virginia Tech game was the first one they lost after that.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, in the 90s, that's correct.
Yes,
I think 93.
Yes, 93. So yeah, they and it's a long losing streak, but it's not as long as it should be considering it's been 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's only a 6-game losing streak. It's only 6 bowls in since 1992. So you're talking about 31 seasons and only going to 6 bowls.
Yeah, I mean, if you take out 1993 from the Virginia Tech loss to 2007, that's 14 years they didn't make it once. So if you take 14 years out there, then it's like they've been to 6 bowl games in probably the last about 16. So it's not as bad, but that 14-year stretch where they didn't make any at the end of the Bill Mallory era to, the coaches like Jerry DiNardo kind of stuff and, the early 2000s, that was awful. They were terrible.
But
The
considering
only time they were decent then was when they had Antoine Randall, and the best they could do was 5-6 that one year.
Yeah, so considering that for the majority of this, for about half this time, you had to go 6-5 to get to a bowl game, and for the other half of this time, 6-6, and that they've only reached postseason play 6 times in 31 years. That's crazy. Now their last 4 have been competitive. Remember watching all these games. The Utah game was a last-second field goal, correct?
I think so.
I think
it was
that they
Tom
lost
Allen's first
26-24.
game.
Yeah. Then, of course, the Tennessee game, they had a 2-touchdown lead in the fourth quarter. And then the Ole Miss game, that was slightly embarrassing because Ole Miss was missing a lot of players. Ole Miss was under 500. And Indiana was a top 10 team going into that game.
The only defense I can give for Indiana is not much, is that Michael Penix missed both bowl games. He was out hurt. He did not play in the Tennessee game, and he did not play in the Ole Miss game. He tore his ACL both years.
Okay.
Peyton Ramsey played in 2019, and 2020 was Jack Tuttle.
Okay. All right. I forgot that. Yeah.
They would have won probably both those games with Penix. I mean, it's not slating against Tennessee or Ole Miss at all, but they probably would have won with Penix.
So is this the year Indiana wins a bowl game for the first time since 1991, the Copper Bowl?
It doesn't even exist anymore. When did the Copper Bowl go away? Like
one 2000? Of the last Copper Bowls I remember was Ron Dane had a monster Copper Bowl in like 1996 against somebody from like the Mountain West, like Colorado State or somebody. He just ran down their throats. And that might have been the final Copper Bowl game.
So that's crazy. I mean, it's wild with all the funk bowls, like the Sun Bowl, all those that don't exist anymore. It's crazy. The Holiday Bowl still going strong, but you just never know when they're gonna go away. The Cheez-It Bowl, that one stinks. It's gone. But yeah, I guess a little different note. Talking about more of your is this the year questions with the other teams. Michigan State, it's wild actually how consistently good they've been. Like I know that Mark D'Antonio wasn't you could say the greatest coach of all time, but like when your video you talked about how Michigan State the last time they have had below 500 record in 3 seasons was like the early 2000s, mid 2000s. So I mean it's been a long time since Michigan State's been bad for more than like a year or two. So that's pretty good. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to think about Mel Tucker and Michigan State because, I mean, they had the great year, but it's seemingly more obvious that it was Kenneth Walker, a little bit of luck, and they found a way. Because, I mean, even that year, and again, I'm not trying to grade everybody on the Indiana scale because it shouldn't be how it works. But in that year where Michigan State had the great season, they barely beat Indiana. They barely won that game that year. It was like 21-15, and Indiana almost won if Jack Tuttle, yet again, he was playing in that game, actually had been able to, throw one more touchdown pass. They could have won. It felt like Michigan State was a bit maybe overrated that year. It's not that
they were not as good as their record, but they were a really good team, not as good as their record. Do you remember the Ohio State game that year? How bad it was?
Yeah, I think it was one of like 55-10 or something. I don't know.
It was 49-0 at half.
Yeah, that was bad. It was one of the top 10 matchup.
Yeah. Yeah,
See,
it set
that's
all
when you
sorts
know
of
you're an
records as
elite
being
team.
like the biggest blowout in a top 10 matchup in forever. Yeah, it was really, really ugly. Here's an interesting side note, Jeffrey, and I should have, if I would have really thought about the Copper Bowl reference you brought up, I might have been able to figure this out. Technically, the Copper Bowl is still being played. Technically,
Mm-hmm.
obviously, it's not the Copper Bowl anymore, but it has gone from being the Copper Bowl to the Insight.com poll, to the Insight Bowl, to the Buffalo Wild Wings Bowl, to the Ticket City Cactus Bowl, and then the Cheez It Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And now it is the whatever the Wisconsin Oklahoma State game from last year. That was the Guaranteed Rate Bowl.
Guarantee rate bowl.
That was the Copper Bowl, which I hate that they even make that. I know that technically, like the same board of bowl people, like committee, kept it going, but it's not the same bowl. It's a different bowl.
It's kind of
It's
like
not
how
the
you
Copper
have
Bowl anymore.
It's kind of like how you have the Seattle Supersonics, and then they go to the Oklahoma City Thunder, and it's owned by the same people. So
Yeah.
it's like, oh, the Seattle Supersonics still exist. No, they don't. They're in Oklahoma City now. They're the Thunder. They're not even the
Yes.
Oklahoma City Supersonics.
Yes, people
I
are
agree
not
with you. It's
traveling,
not the Copper Bowl.
8 hours on a plane to go see their team. Yeah, it's the Copper Bowl doesn't exist anymore. But technically, if you look it up, yes, it's carried this long line of.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Through the years.
Do you think that Michigan State will make a bowl game this year more than likely or not? I mean, I know it's impossible to say that, but like more than likely they will or won't.
I am going won't.
And that probably means Indiana will have a shot to make a bowl game then. Because if they're not, that probably means Indiana's beating them. So I mean,
keep the dream alive, Jeffrey. Keep the dream alive.
Keep it alive.
I mean,
yes.
I'm just saying. I mean, somebody's got to make a bowl game. We know Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State's going. Probably Maryland, and sometimes a fifth team can go. And it's one of Rutgers, Michigan State, Indiana. Someone's going.
I will declare it right now, Jeffrey, that if Indiana reaches a bowl game, we will do an Indiana Bowl special. We can do that. Bring you on. We'll have a big preview.
That would be great. That would be fantastic. If they beat Ohio State, then I'd say that the likelihood of that's about 100%. Probably not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm not real confident with Michigan State, with Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, of course, on the docket. Maryland appears to be better. And then their non-conference game is against Washington. There you go. 5 losses. I don't know. They're on shaky ground. They're borderline for sure. Jeffrey, we're going to let John take it over here. And we're in the second block. And before, John, we let you take it over, I want to honor the super chat coming in from Badger and Bournemouth fan. Thank you so much for that. Big Ten might have quarterbacks that are not great, but they also have the best defenses as a conference overall. Yep. Probably, yes. That could be our next discussion would be, does the Big Ten play better SEC defense than any conference in America? It's between those two. There's no question. Absolutely.
I think that the SEC was better, 10, 15 years ago, but I think that the Big Ten's better now. And the reason why is because the SEC has too many teams that their offenses are so dynamic that it makes their defenses have more struggles to actually have success. The Big Ten, when you're Iowa, your defense, when you're basically orienting your whole team around that, I mean, if your defense wasn't good, you'd be 3-9 every year. So, I mean, Phil Parker is this the guy that makes Iowa relevant at all. I mean, they want Torrey Taylor's great, but the punter, but it's the defense. Phil Parker, I mean, if he ever leaves, Iowa's gonna have to fix the offense.
Jeffrey, if you open up this can of worms, Jareel's gonna come in here, and we're gonna have 4 hours of SEC Big Ten.
He does that every show anyway, so it's like
that's true. That's true. That's
I'm
true.
not even here half the time, and I get reports that the real was at it again.
Oh yeah. No, Jeffrey, we always appreciate you calling in, man. And if you want to call back, so we're gonna do the panel at 9 tonight. Please feel free to call back in. We'll talk Indiana.
John,
Sounds
have a great show.
Thanks for having me on, and I might call
Thanks,
back
Mark.
if I have time. And nice
if you do,
Mark.
yeah. Thanks, everybody. And we're back here with the Big Ten Live Show, the Ocho. That's right, the 8 p.m. Eastern block here at the Voice of College Football. My name's John Diadamo. That was a really fun little chat there with Jeffrey. Check him out, Only Talk Sports. But we have a real treat for you today, folks. Somebody who I've been following for a while, and I know that some of you, especially who are Michigan fans, have been following for a while. So I'm going to bring her in without any further ado. We've got Lexi here joining us. Hey, Lexi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm pumped, and I'm so sorry about last week. We had obviously some crazy breaking news and had to shift everything around, but I'm so glad you could come back.
Yes, me too. I've been looking forward to this.
Absolutely. So for those people who are under a rock, so Lexi, obviously you've got the show Locked In with Lexi. So you tell people a little bit about that, and people should check it out.
Yeah, so my content creation journey kind of started a couple years ago, and have been helping some friends out on the East Coast produce a show, and stopped doing that. But one of the guys related to one of them reached out and gave me this opportunity a couple years later. So it was really, really neat. But yeah, Win Daily Sports, it's great to work there. A really supportive group of people, and basically do sports betting for baseball, basketball, going to be football coming up, but also breaking news, just fun videos, because I like to just run my mouth a little bit. So they let me kind of free reign and do that, and so it's going to be really fun. I'm excited.
They let you do they let you do your thing, and I love how supportive they are. Win Daily Sports, they're always like pumping you up, and my company does that for me also, and I really love when they do that. So so check her out, Locked In with Lexi. Yeah, it's every day, right?
Yeah, so I do Monday through Friday, and then every Wednesday, well, not so much in the summer because we slowed up a bit, but we're going to start doing it weekly again, is I'm a co-host of Multiplicity Media's The Weekenders. So now that we'll be getting back into that more, so I'm excited.
Absolutely. So subscribe to that. Subscribe to Win Daily Sports. Just put the link. So no excuses. All you have to do is go right in there and chat, click that, and hit the subscribe. It takes 2 seconds, and help support them and everything. So I figured with you coming on, and with your betting show, obviously you're Go Blue, Lexi, and we know that you're a Michigan fan like me. But you also have to look at everything. You've got to look at football, baseball, you name it, every sport, and the Big Ten as a whole. And so I thought, why not bring you on to the Big Ten show? And especially, we've had some people requesting us to talk a little bit about what's been happening with the Big Ten West. So, just to preface it, and people who have watched the show every week know that I've been calling the Big Ten West the McDonald's Funhouse. Which is D4 Sports, a good friend, originally came up with that. And we used to do a breakdown of Michigan every week on his show and his channel. And so it's not really the McDonald's Funhouse much anymore, though, because things are happening.
Yeah.
So
it's actually
just
exciting.
Overall first, what's your take?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've said this before. Big Ten West has never really given us a lot to really talk about. No offense to those Big Ten West fans, but to the hiring of these coaches, the recruits they're getting, I'm kind of bummed that it's happening the last year that the Big Ten West is even going to be here, because I really would like to see the competition kind of spark up and get someone, maybe to make it a gauntlet like the East has been these last few years, man, because it's rough over here when we're playing everybody. But I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. It's something to talk about too, so it'll be nice.
Absolutely. And we do have a decent chunk of Iowa fans on this show, and they were very happy with my prediction a few weeks ago that Iowa was going to go 11-1 because they have a real quarterback now. It's a real quarterback. It's no longer a junior varsity quarterback. It's a real quarterback, real pieces all over that offense. So what's your thoughts on Kincaid bring Iowa all the way to the championship game, maybe even win the championship game, some people are saying?
Well, let's hold our horses on that part. But I really do think he can get them there. You know, Iowa's always been a stellar program when it comes to defense and are a tough team. And Ferentz has had them kind of locked in, even if they have fallen short. So really what they've been missing is a leader behind center like that. And I don't think, you know, Cade is some, you know, great 5-star type of talent, but his game management alone can put them to greater heights than what they've experienced. So Iowa's schedule is also crazy easy right now, at least to me, you know, even with these first year coaches of Fickle and Rule and stuff, you don't know what it's going to be like, you know, so to count those as like some kind of easy win for those teams isn't going to be good. I think Iowa's going to probably storm the West and get to Indy at least.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at their schedule, you know, people have pushed back at this prediction, the 11-1, but where are the losses? Like, really,
like
where are the losses?
3-0 going into Penn State.
Yeah, and I mean, I see 2 losses potentially: Penn State and Wisconsin. I think they can win every other game.
Yeah,
and I'm actually the crazy one who's saying that they're going to win at Beaver Stadium.
Oh, you know what? I did not realize that was a night game. Okay, so I'm saying 10-2. I think it's going to be those two. Because I think even at Wisconsin, that's a crazy environment. I know Michigan did it a couple years ago in beautiful fashion, but you know that's not an easy place to win. So with how Fickle's going to have these guys fired up too, it's going to be a really hard place to play at. So I'd probably say 10-2.
Yeah, and even at 10-2, I mean that's definitely the over. Why do you think Vegas put the line so low? I mean, because most of my predictions are in line with over under pretty much, but like Iowa, I don't understand why they're so low. Is it just because their offense hasn't done anything the last few years?
Yeah, I mean that's what I can chalk it up to, but like this is one of the easiest bets to make some money on for college football, you guys. So it's like throw the money while it's 7.5, because Iowa's definitely winning over 8 games. So you know, you're welcome.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I think that if anything, so I've got kind of the crazy idea that Iowa's going to beat Penn State at Beaver, but that Wisconsin will beat Iowa at Camp Randall, because I think they have one of the best running backs in the country. Mm-hmm. And their defense will be great with Fickle. And so I've got an 11-1 potential prediction.
Yeah, that's great. You know, Iowa would win the Penn State night game because they just always spoil what's going to be like something great for somebody. You know, it's like it's the Ohio State or us or whatever. They're so good at doing like what most think is the impossible. So that wouldn't shock me, because I just feel like they always get that one crazy win that they really never should have and pull it out. So
absolutely, yeah. I think with all the pieces here, you've got Cade McNamara, you've got Caleb Johnson, you've got 2 of probably the better tight ends in the Big Ten, with Eric All on the one side, Luke Lachey on the other side. I was talking with Corey Bratta, who runs Hawkeye of the Storm, and I was talking with him like 2 or 3 weeks ago on the show. And we kind of talked about the O-line being the question mark, right? That they were bringing in some transfers from like D2 and kind of lower level programs. That doesn't necessarily mean they're bad players. It means that they saw an opportunity to rise up, and they're probably the best athlete of their team, right? That tends to be how it works. I was not going to take anybody, especially at the O-line. Like Ferentz isn't going to be taking anybody who isn't very good at that position.
Yeah. And I mean, that's why I think that, like I said, Cade and Eric All are perfect for this offense. I really do. And I think that's why it's probably going to be really good this year. So we'll probably see them in Indianapolis, I bet.
Absolutely. That could be interesting. Cade versus JJ, the big storyline.
I need that storyline, and I need the outcome that I know what it would be too. But you know, save that.
And the NFL. I mean, the NFL has all these storylines, but college football doesn't get a storyline this good.
Yeah.
And very as often, and I do hope it happens. Cue all the Buckeyes in chat who are now going to say,
I know.
"You're dreaming, Michigan fan," because we have a decent chunk of Buckeyes hate watching
Well,
the
guess what,
Michigan
guys?
content.
Both of the quarterbacks that will be playing beat your team in the last 2 years. So
There it
welcome.
is. There it is.
No, but hello,
And
guys.
so
Chippy.
and so we continue with Wisconsin, and I'm basically putting them in order of my predictions, so to speak. So Wisconsin, I'm predicting 9-3. I think that they just again don't have a ton of losses in their schedule, and they've got maybe one of the best running backs in college football, Braylon Allen, a defense that I know Fickle will keep consistent with Wisconsin, the Wisconsin of last year and the year before. Fickle's a great defensive mind. We know that. We've seen it at a place called Cincinnati, taking them to the freaking playoffs. He knows defense, and he knew it at Ohio State too. There you go, Buckeyes. There's your positive comment about Ohio State for tonight. So yeah, I mean, I guess with Wisconsin, I just don't see them getting quite Iowa level, especially because I think they're still figuring out that air raid. What's your take on Wisconsin?
Yeah, they've got a super easy schedule too. Scroll down. I just don't even see the rest of that at the bottom there.
Yeah.
For their Yeah.
They got Ohio State.
Really, and their Nebraska games at home. That's a really favorable schedule. So even in what I would consider, I think a lot of people are overhyping them. I do agree. I saw someone in the comments say that, but it is a little bit of rebuilding. You know, you're kind of shifting around, but Fickle is good at this. That's what he does. So I'm just not sure at over that 8. I mean, I don't know. I'm so torn on wanting to say like it would be you said 9-3, right? I think at the very
9-3
it would be 8-4, but that 8.5 line that they have, that's just too close for me because I think it's going to be on either side of that.
Yeah, and you know we had friend of the show, back-to-back Big Ten champs, saying 7-5. That's a Michigan fan.
Yeah.
In case you're,
I could see them dropping, some random game too at Illinois.
I agree.
But got those guys going. So
we do have our Maryland fan, Michael. Get ready because we're going to be talking about Maryland soon.
Yeah, and I'll have good things to say. So be tuning in for that.
Row the boat. So Minnesota. I was talking. I think it was like a month or two ago with one of the Gopher Hole writers, and the defense was kind of something that came up. Obviously they're changing quarterbacks for the first time since 1970, and so they've had the same quarterback forever. But their defense is looking pretty solid. And a little spoiler alert. So I'm doing this video game series on the Michigan channel where I'm playing through the entire season on the Xbox 360. And we're going to have other fans also do it for their teams. And I can tell you, mild spoiler, Minnesota's defense wasn't easy. So
I love that. I really do. For Minnesota's defense, I don't really know enough right now. I don't know if it's necessarily underrated. They don't have a favorable schedule this year, and it's going to be pretty tough for them. So PJ Fleck, I don't really buy his shtick, and I've said this for a long time that he's such a gimmick guy. And I know there's a lot of people love him, but sink the boat. I love that. But I don't buy it, and he gets. He does get a lot of credit where sometimes I'm wondering why so much, but they did come off of a pretty decent year. I just don't see it being. What is the over-under for them?
So they are at 7 on the dot, and I have that as a push personally.
Yeah, because I think it's going to probably fall somewhere right around that.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look here at the Minnesota schedule, now maybe you can argue that Nebraska will still be finding its footing, and it's at Minneapolis, right? But you start to get into some tough games.
At North Carolina with Drake May, they're going to get torched. That's where their defense is going to get exposed. Mark my words.
Yeah, and they have some easier games, right? Northwestern, the Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns. Then they run into a bit of a tougher time here, right?
A brick wall, yeah.
A brick wall. Michigan, they'll win their bye week, but then they have to go at Kinnick Stadium.
Yeah, that's so. And then it's
good luck.
So rough. I mean, look at that defense you have to face twice in a row. I mean, that's so terrible for them.
And Phil Parker is I'd say one of the more underrated defensive coordinators. He was able, even with Ohio State, the best offense last year in the Big Ten, Iowa pushed around Ohio State's receivers for a half of football until Iowa's offense just didn't do anything. Just didn't do
story of their lives.
A thing to help them, right? And so they fell apart because they couldn't rest. But they were looking pretty good in the first half of that game.
Yeah, no, they really were, but no luck.
Now we are going to get very soon. I promise to Nebraska. We have a super chat as well that we'll honor on Nebraska in a second. But so Illinois, this is a game that last year's Michigan versus Illinois game I went to, and it was crazy. I could not believe that it came down to the final, that final kick. And, and then of course, I flew up from Florida for that game. And so I'm not used to Michigan weather anymore. It's been like, a bunch of years since I went to college at Michigan. And so when I went back, I was like, oh crap, we got a blizzard. So I was like, at least you've got to win. We got to win the game. If we lose, and I flew all this way, and then we have a blizzard, 2 feet of snow or whatever, like that's gonna. So I'm glad that Jake Moody, who got drafted 99th overall,
the GOAT,
Money Moody, is by the way going to do great things for, I think, the 49ers. I think he's good. I think they made the right decision.
For sure. I mean, come on, the guy is incredible. He was like an NFL kicker in college. So, but yeah, no, very happy that we beat Illinois. But we talk about the loss of talent and stuff, but Brett has been killing it in recruiting this year. I really like, even like the
true
guys they've picked up, even in some portal news or whatever. But I think he's always he's an underrated coach for me. I know he complains a lot, and I say he's like a whiner, and it kind of just dampers on the fact of how good he really is and kind of overlooked in what he's done as a head coach. But I would say I'm going to say the over on this because I think Illinois is going to be a little bit of a dark horse here. And I know my Illinois friends will just love me saying that because I give them so much crap. But I really like what he's got going on there and what he's getting those guys to believe in. And so they were great last year, and I think they're really going to build off of that. They're pissed off about losing a couple close games, especially to us. So I think they're going to carry that animosity into next year a little bit, and I wouldn't be shocked if they'll clear that over.
Yeah, and I mean, I personally have them at 6-6, but it's close. I mean, it's close, right? And
it could go either way. It's either going to be really good or really bad.
And they have winnable games, right? Their non-con is Kansas and Florida Atlantic and Toledo. They do face. I mean, their toughest conference game is probably Penn State or Iowa. They don't face Ohio State, and they don't face Michigan. So
how did that even happen? That's crazy.
Well, Iowa doesn't have Ohio State or Michigan either.
And their Penn State games at home. What?
Maybe you're going to sway me to switch to the over. I don't know. Their schedule is looking pretty.
It really is
doable.
And
even though they've lost people. Yeah, they're a complete dumpster fire. So, good luck. Speaking of that, well, we'll get to Northwestern. So we do have a super chat we want to honor, on Nebraska.
Yeah.
So we've got, Cole, who is a Nebraska fan, and he does come onto the panel sometimes. We do the Big Ten Live, panel. And he's like, I need a Nebraska record prediction. I'm going 7-5. Well, Lexi,
Yeah.
what are you going?
Let me see that schedule real quick. Pull it up for me.
Yeah, let's.
Because I'm really high in Nebraska. Now let me tell you, I don't care. Like I think I still chuckle about 97, all that stuff, but I really didn't like Scott Frost. Like I just really despise Scott Frost. So like now that he's out of there, I'm loving what Rule's doing. He came in and he is like on fire. This recruiting is like remnants of what Nebraska was back in the 90s. And if they can continue this and build this up, now obviously product's got to show on the field, but I am really high in Nebraska. I'm going to just say over, but it's going to be barely. You think about
wow.
2 years ago, they had the best team of all time, like losing 6 out of their 9 losses by less than a touchdown.
They looked scary.
Oh, we almost lost. Michigan almost lost at Nebraska. That was the scariest time of my life. I'm low-key kind of nervous to go there this year. So I will be there too. But I'm saying 7 wins, and I like the energy that they've got in that place. That place is already rocking when their team's been like garbage. They're like one of the most respectable fan bases in all of college football. So I really think it's going to be the over on that.
Yeah, I'm going push on this one. I think he's going to, and I think a lot of people are thinking, somewhere in the 6 to 7 win column. I'm going to go 6. Yeah, they are rebuilding from a demoralized culture. I will say that to Matt Rule's credit, he's brought in a lot of pieces in both the transfer portal. Obviously, getting Jeff Sims was a big deal, and he's recruiting very well. And I'll give him that, but I still think it's going to take 2 years. I think the first year, if they get to a bowl game, I think they're going to be very, very happy.
And they should be. Absolutely. After the garbage product that's been on that field for so long. I mean, really. Nebraska, like college football is better when Nebraska is good. It's like Michigan. Like you get those like blue bloods that were, really prominent for so long. And when they get revived, it's just better. So I'm excited for it. And I did see that Michigan would have lost if the refs didn't bail them. Hassan Haskins dragged 25 of your guys to get a first down. So he deserves that. And that just alone won the game. So we'll just say that. It was incredible.
Man, Hassan Haskins. And you're right. Like 2 years ago, I was really concerned because I saw what they did with Northwestern in the 2021 game. And Scott Frost was running like this interesting kind of multiple triple, like modern triple option thing that he was doing. And if he had better execution, they could have run through the Big Ten West with that offense. I just don't think they had quite the pieces to execute it the whole season, but it looked kind of deadly, and Michigan almost did lose. So, look out.
Hey, I'm not counting. Everyone's trying to count that win going into this year, and I'm not, because that is a very hard place to play in, which I'm also super excited to experience that environment. So I got family in Nebraska.
This is going to be
exciting.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This is going to be an interesting first game, I will say, at Minnesota at 8 p.m. In Minneapolis. That one's going to be a battle royale, I think. And if Nebraska pulls that off, then I think 7-5 is absolutely likely.
Well, that's
then their next 3 games are wins.
Yeah, it's such a weird game to have that be the first opening, especially before Labor Day. It's so weird. So that's going to be a toss-up. I don't even say just because that's at Minnesota that Nebraska can't win it, because I think they absolutely could.
And friend of the show and Michigan fan, Dependent Fanatic, agrees with your take, 7-5. So thanks a lot, Dependent Fanatic. Always supports us on all the shows. So we thank you for that. So moving on to kind of our next team, which is Purdue, and what kind of team? Like, they are such a question mark. Are they going to be the Purdue spoiler makers, or are they going to be Purdue? What's your take on Purdue and kind of what you've seen so far?
Yeah, I don't really see much for them this year, unfortunately. I mean, and losing like their quarterback is like a huge piece of that puzzle. Led that team for sure. So it is a big question mark, but their schedule is not the most favorable. Even being in the West, so that at Wisconsin, at Iowa, they're playing Ohio State. I mean, even Illinois, like I said, I think is going to be pretty good. So
at Virginia Tech.
And at Virginia Tech, I'm telling you, it might be the under for Purdue, and it might be a really tough year.
I'm going to agree with you. I have them at 4-8.
At Nebraska, at Michigan, like in a row, that like their schedule is so tough. That sucks for them. But yeah, I'm not seeing over 5 wins, unfortunately.
Yeah, but sorry, Michael, if you're watching, we have our trusty Purdue fan. But there's always next year. And listen, I mean, when you lose almost everybody, you lose all of your best pieces, you lose your head coach. It's going to take a minute to get that ship right. And so I don't think they're done. I don't think they're going to be in the doldrums for years to come. I think this might be a temporary situation.
Yeah,
for them.
It happens to the best of us.
And especially, they look great compared to this next team. So Northwestern, So Vegas, I think Vegas is being favorable here in saying 3.5. I think they're being favorable because I see 2 wins, maybe 3. Maybe.
I mean, I think UTEP's going to be walking out of there with a win. Let's be honest. This is, just a very, very unfortunate situation for these players. And, we had AJ Henning from Michigan go there. So I hope they get a chance to like kind of maybe get out of there and find somewhere else just because of the situation that happened. But not that I'll be betting on this because even saying under 3.5 is rough, but I don't even 3 wins is a stretch. This is going to be terrible.
It's a rough one. And so another one of our Michigan fans, we can skip Well, we got to talk about Northwestern for a second. Okay, Mike, we're about to get to the team next here. So so that's the Big Ten West. Overall, what's your feeling on it? Do you think that they're going to have a really strong final year
for
the Big Ten West?
Oh, I do.
The division.
I really do, and that's why I kind of wish we got more than just this next year to see it, because I've always just said it doesn't matter who's in the West because someone in the East always wins it, and that's just kind of been like boring for so long. So I'm also excited that we are dissolving and kind of going to like everyone plays certain people, but we'll have to enjoy this 1 year, hopefully, of them bringing the heat.
Yeah. Erica, will Northwestern even have a team to put on the field? I think they'll have a team, but I just don't know if it's going to be a Division I FBS football team. I think it's going to be like a Colorado of last year type situation.
Like anybody wants to go be a walk-on Northwestern.
That's the place, man. That is and AJ Henning, if he stays, he is going to be a starting wide receiver.
Oh, absolutely. I think he would have been. I mean, obviously would have been anyways, but it's. I kind of hope he can get out of there because he needs some exposure and hopefully to get in the league next year. So.
Well, we thank Erica who contributes and is also joins us for our panel, which I know you have to leave us at 9, but we'll have our panel come on, and usually Erica's. Oh, nice. So we'll take a few calls and chat and go from there. But here we go. Those who stay will be champions, and the question is, I have 2 on this one. Because I obviously you've got your Go Blue Michigan side And so, number one, do we think Michigan's going to go undefeated again this year?
I do. And I'll just leave it at that because there's really nothing else that I'm going to be able to change anybody's mind about. But this team
It's true.
is the best team that Jim Harbaugh is ever going to have. He has only lost one game in regular season in 2 years with not even the best teams that he's ever had. So I really want people to kind of put that in perspective that Jim Harbaugh is a great coach, and especially when everything clicks. So, this 10.5 is just disrespect in my eyes because I think it's just easily going to be 11. Is it going to be tough? Absolutely. Do I fear for my life having these type of expectations? 100%. But
yeah.
We live and die for this, you guys. So we're going to be back with the best offensive line in college football, one of the best defenses. This is year 3 JJ that's not going to have to fight for a starting position. He's going to have this team ready to go, and he's going to prove everybody wrong. You better start watching that ball get slung. That's what's going to happen. That's the next step for this team to win. Now, there's going to be tough things all along the road, but when you're great, you just got to win. You just got to find a win, and that's what they do. Almost lost that Illinois game last year. Guess what? We found a way to win. All these times that this team and this, with JJ the leader, they came across some tough things last year.
Sure.
They're going to come across them this year. It'll test them, but if we can just get through the massive part of this schedule, then I don't see why we don't remain undefeated.
And Connor, you say they should prove people wrong. They should be favored in every game. But if you look at ESPN FPI, if you look at different things that are predicting Ohio State to get in the playoffs above Michigan in percentage, there is some proving people wrong still.
And I'm not talking about the media. I'm talking like the people that are constantly saying things on social media. So when I refer to that, I'm referring to those that I interact with on social media that think that Michigan is not going to do what I've just said. By no means. It's come on, you got to give them a little credit here. Just like I'll be giving Ohio State credit, guys. So just buckle up for that too. So.
Yeah, and I really, obviously we see three difficult games. I would argue Maryland's one of them. That one's a toss up. If I put it in the same, I don't know if it's quite in the same class as Penn State and Ohio State, but that's a tough 3 final games. Yeah. I will say that. But I'm not sold on Drew Aller, and I'm not sold on it's the same. The same teams are coming back pretty much. Yes, there are going to be differences, but remember, Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards, they're both coming back. They ran 417 yards on Penn State's defense. Maybe they can knock that down to 300, but I still think it's going to be a pretty solid victory as long as everybody can stay healthy.
And that not being a night game, praise Jesus, because the fact that isn't is a huge chip to Michigan. So I'm really happy about that. But I'm telling you, and this is I'll kind of continually talk more about Maryland, but that Maryland game even scares me. It tends to be the games we kind of get a little bit exposed are right before the Ohio State games.
Week 11.
So
that's it.
I don't want to count them out. I think they're going to be way better than what people are saying in the media. I think they're going to be, honest to God, one of the biggest threats and the biggest, if you count them, I'd probably say the 4th strongest team under us, Ohio State and Penn State, and I'm not sure why they're kind of hitting and not getting the respect that they did, because they had a pretty great year. They play in the Big Ten East. What people don't realize, they play Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan every year. So that's almost an automatic 3 losses. But then they do well in those games and then win their other ones with ease. So I'm intrigued to see them this year. I'm not counting that game out. It's worrisome, but we'll get through it.
And I've lived in, I lived in DC for a while. And so I did get to go to Maryland Stadium. And, back then it was 2017. So I'd say it was 90% maize and blue in the stands. But the Maryland fans that showed up, they were in great spirits and I enjoyed it a lot. This might be a little bit different. And, we got Talia. So look out.
I know. We'll be I like to say, the well-oiled machine by then. So hopefully it won't be too much of an
Absolutely. Well, of course, we come to the Ohio State Buckeyes, who, in all fairness, their non-con is a bit tougher than Michigan's, a bit. And I say this because I think when they scheduled Indiana, they were good. So they
Another game. That's so weird that that's the first one.
Yeah, I think when they scheduled Indiana, it was probably back in 2018, 19, 20 when they were going 9 or 10 wins. So to their credit, I mean, they didn't know that Indiana was going to go down the tubes. And so I think here's my theory on this, Lexi. Tell me what you think. Okay. So I think McCord, because Devin Brown was injured for spring, I think McCord is going to start snap one.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose to Notre Dame, I could see a quarterback switch leading to a potential. I think that's the path to beating Michigan. The path to beating Michigan is losing to Notre Dame. So what do you think is going to happen here? Because it's an interesting situation.
Yeah. I feel like some people are writing Ohio State off in some of these games, and I don't find at Notre Dame terrifying at all right now, especially not for them. I think Kyle McCord is going to be good. They might be putting a little bit of too much stock into him, thinking that it's going to be another situation like a Justin Fields or a CJ Stroud. But those guys, CJ Stroud was the best quarterback they've had ever, and still couldn't beat his rival. But I don't know. I still think they're gonna be great. You got Marvin Harrison Jr. You're just okay, Marv's out there somewhere. I'm just gonna toss it, and they're gonna catch it. And that's what it's gonna be. The first, probably, God knows, till they get at Ohio or at Penn State on Saturday in October. So their offense is really reloading. I'm not too worried about the quarterback being better than CJ Stroud or better for us to handle in that aspect, but it'll probably be a scare for a lot of folks, and some people are writing them off. I'm not really sure why.
Hummus, Indiana was good back in 2019, 2020. So I'm thinking if you guys scheduled Indiana back then, thinking that it would be a semi-decent game, that's kind of what I was thinking. Obviously, they're, I don't have them winning very many games in my predictions. So I'm with you there. I just think it's Mark Rogers, voice of college football, has said the same thing, that there's more questions about Ohio State this year than there's been in years, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't have they have a quarterback question. They have an O-line question. They have a secondary question. Who's going to be the starting running back? I don't know. I mean, there's 4 potential choices, and I have some Buckeyes in here saying Chip Trayanum and Hayden should start, and I think it's probably not going to be them. But there's just a lot going on here, and so it's really, Ryan Day needs this. He needs to win. And he needs to go to the big house and beat Michigan, or people are going to be calling for his job, even if he goes 11-1.
Yeah, I think he's got one of the hottest seats right now in college football. And you can say, all they haven't done is beat Michigan. Well, that's what Ohio State is like. That's what they're, obviously not winning a natty or winning a natty is the number one, but beating Michigan, you have to do that there. So if he doesn't do it the 3 years in a row, there's going to be massive questions, and his seat will be even hotter next year. I don't think he gets fired like everyone's thinking, but he's got a lot of pressure on him. He's got to continue this, and not be falling short in those games that they are expected to absolutely win, no questions asked. So I don't think he's done as well. I don't think he's necessarily as terrible as everyone's saying, like Ryan Day, but he's not an Urban Meyer. Not that anyone really ever will be, or should want to be, I guess. But, he doesn't have that it factor to me, though. He doesn't. So I think the, ceiling for him is going to be what he does, and, maybe tossing up with Michigan, getting to the playoffs, and that's about it. But they're going to probably hate me for saying that. You're definitely going to win at least 10 games. So
yeah, I think it's, you know, you were, so some of you who are commenting were not there in the Buckeye chats. Yeah. There was Fire Day conversation happening after the second loss. Absolutely. Now, I don't know if it was happening at the administrative level of Ohio State, but it was happening in the chat rooms all over. There were Venmos sent. There was all kinds of stuff going on. And I think it is nuts to fire an 11-1 coach. And I think that's why I would never, you know, I mean, obviously I'm a Michigan fan, so I wouldn't anyway. But that Ohio State job, I know people think it's so great, but like the expectations are so high. One loss and people get on you, and especially if it's Michigan. So yeah, it's really something there. Now, I have a take on Penn State that you know, the Penn State fans don't really love, and it's that I think they're probably going to go around 9-3. And because if you look at their schedule, of course they're going to beat West Virginia and Delaware, but then you start to get into games. I mean, even Illinois isn't going to be a complete cakewalk for them. I think they'll win, but I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk. And then I already said I have Iowa winning at Beaver Stadium. That's probably one of my most out there predictions that I've made, to be fair. But I'm gonna go with it because gotta have some bold takes, right?
Right.
But you know, there's some easy games sprinkled in, but I could see losses to Ohio State, Maryland, Michigan, and then Iowa. So there's maybe 4 or 5 potential losses on the schedule that I see, and you know, like I said, Drew Aller. I don't know what's your take on Penn State and this over under here 9.5.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think that they're still a strong team. I'm not sure that Haller is that guy yet, but they've got enough talent that even if he wasn't quite that guy, they're still going to probably win at the very least 9 games. You know, I think that they drop it to Michigan and Ohio State. I just think that they both come up on top this year. Not having, like I said, that night game be for Michigan is a huge benefit to them, in my opinion. And then the at Maryland for them too. That might be like their third. But I also wouldn't count out West Virginia. I feel like even though they're hosting them, that's going to be their whiteout. Like West Virginia could be a decent squad. So we'll see. You know, with it being, you know, all kind of right there, not really a rivalry, but you know, you got obviously people that are all the fans in that area, because isn't West Virginia and Pennsylvania close? I'm like working on my geography here, but. Yeah, that'll be a good game to see. I'm saying 9 wins for them, so it's going to have to be the under on that.
Okay, so we agree on that. So, and we do have some people also agreeing, but I know I caught a lot of crap when I rolled out the 9-3 prediction. I just don't see it. I just don't see the wins. I don't see the bit of game film that I've seen on Drew is shaky. He, you know, to be fair, he hasn't been put in the best positions. I mean, he came in for Clifford on a couple of occasions, and you know, that's not exactly the best position to be in. But to be fair, you know, who also came in is JJ McCarthy came in for Cade on hundreds of occasions in the 2021 season and lit it up. And so I don't know. I think he's is he going to be okay? Sure. But I don't think he's going to be as much of a step up from Clifford as people think. So 9-3, but maybe in the future 11-1. But Franklin needs to win some games against the tough, like he did win that Rose Bowl against a depleted Utah team, but he's got to beat Ohio State or Michigan one of these times to keep his. I think he's got to do that, or he's going to start losing stock. And
he is such a it's annoying how terrible his record is versus rivals, and that never gets mentioned for whatever reason. Like it's he's 20% or something like that, and you throw Michigan State in, it might boost it a small midge, but still I think they're even equal in his career with them. So yeah.
Yeah, his job got saved by a fluke win in 2016 against Ohio State.
He got saved because Michigan and Ohio State shit the bed that year. Sorry.
And there's that too. Oh yeah, you can say shit. That's fine.
So yeah, just making sure that that's made aware, and that's why. But he's also a great recruiter. But man, the guy makes such bonehead decisions in game coaching, and it just drives me insane. I'm like, you got all this talent every year. You've got to get there. Like, you can't make excuses.
Yeah, he needs to give half his paycheck to Saquon Barkley and Joe Moorhead. That's what I've been saying. He needs to give that paycheck up.
Yeah. That's not the only coach that owes a running back his paycheck, but
yeah, well, we've talked about Maryland a few times and alluded to it, and we do have a Maryland fan, Michael, who was I think predicted 9-3 as well. Are they a sleeper team? I mean, yeah, they brought in Josh Gaddis, but let's be honest, he's not going to be running that offense entirely. It's Loxley's offense. They did lose some pieces on defense. I think they're going to be a lot weaker on defense. What's your take on Maryland?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I really like this Maryland team. They are going to be a sleeper. I think they're going to pull off an upset against one of the top 3 teams, and I just pray to God it's not mine, because I think it's definitely going to be happening. And that's at 7. Man, I'm going to throw some money on that too, because I for sure see them winning 9 games.
Yeah, 9 games is my prediction. And it's I think Talia is a big part of that.
Yeah, he's great. Truly, I think he'll be good, just like his brother.
He does get hurt a lot, and some of his key pieces are gone. I think they've got some interesting running backs. I think they've got
their ground game is good for sure.
Their ground game is going to be good. Especially with Gaddis, he's going to be bringing in that Michigan, run it up the teeth mentality like he had at Miami too. Like, let's run 180-pound running back up the teeth of SEC level defenses. Let's see how that works out. Yeah, I'm not bitter at all about Josh Gaddis. I'm not bitter at all. But I mean, I think despite that, I think Talia is going to overcome that and go 9 wins. Their schedule, they don't have a tough schedule. They look at this. They literally could win 5 games in a row until they get to Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
It's very likely that they win 5 games in a row. I mean, at Towson, Charlotte, Virginia, at East Lansing against a weak Michigan State team that had a mass exodus of talent, and then probably 2 or 3 win Indiana. So you've got a very likely 5 wins start to your season going into Columbus.
Yeah, if they go 5-0 like at Ohio State, and let that be the one game they win out of the 3. But.
Yeah. Ohio State. Maryland has had a couple close calls against Ohio State, so maybe this is the year. Let's just get all the Buckeye fans riled up. But yeah, I mean, Illinois is beatable at College Park, I think. Northwestern. That's basically a bye. And then you've got some tough games at the end here. Penn State, Nebraska, Michigan, and. Yeah, and then the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. This looks like 9 wins to me, at least. So take the over. I think that's what we're saying. So we'll rip through these next couple pretty quick, but we've got Rutgers here, over under at 4, and I think this might be a year where he could pull off 5 or even 6 wins. Shiano. So what do you think about Rutgers? I mean, I heard from Rutgers Wire. I read Rutgers Wire on occasion, and they're saying this is going to be a big team. So what do you think?
Yeah, it's really hard to ever get hyped about Rutgers. I feel bad for them. I mean, God, they have like what? Such a terrible record in the Big Ten. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not hype on. I wouldn't say over 4
Yeah.
wins. It would be like
I've got them at 5 and 7. I say
okay, well,
over
that's being
barely.
optimistic.
Barely. Well, he has a tendency to get 5, like
Yeah.
around 5 wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's I don't think anybody's predicting more than 6. But yeah, 4 is rough. I hope they can get to 5 or 6. You know, just for the overall Big Ten East to, you know, bump it up a little bit. Maybe win a bowl game. Wouldn't that be great? So Tuck coming. Well, no, he didn't, because lose the quarterback, lose your best wide receiver, lose your cornerback. And yeah, I don't look happy at all about their lack of talent right now. You know, I mean, I think they got very lucky because they faced Michigan in the COVID year, and they faced Michigan with a generational running back talent that they lucked into in 2021 and still only won by 4 points. And then Tuck gets a $9.5 million a year contract because they don't want to do another Nick Saban and lose him to the SEC or lose him to a big school. So over under is 4.5. I have them at 4 and 8. So I don't know. What's your take on Michigan State this year?
You know, I love me a good troll for Michigan State. But I'm not as down on them as everybody else is. I'm not down on like Tuck totally not getting there. I think that, you know, I don't just like them like I did D'Antonio, you know, so I can't sit here and rag on it.
That's
I
true.
don't want,
That's true.
not that I say I sit here and want him to win and beat my team, but he's doing a little bit. You know, the recruiting picked up a little bit even in this off season, and he's just trying to get these guys to believe in this. It was a really bad year last year. He cannot repeat last year. I think he's absolutely got to find a way to at least make it to a bowl game. Even if it's on that 6-7 game cusp. But I actually think that they might like win 6 or 7 games. So I know it can be a stretch, but I think they're going to be like, I think the QB change is a positive for them. Peyton Thorne is terrible, like terrible. I wish he stayed. So I'm sure that there's plenty of MSU fans out there that feel the same way. I know it's a little bit unknown, but I think kind of an unknown is better than what you had. So I would just say look for them to win a couple more games than that. I don't think they're going to be any kind of force to be reckoned with. Obviously, there's no Kenneth Walker III out there, but Tuck's still brewing a little bit of stuff. So I'm kind of going to sit back and wait to see what he can really do with these and face that adversity and how he overcomes it.
I'll say something nice about Michigan State, and that's that their quarterback Noah Kim, if they go with Noah Kim, which I think that they will, he's pretty good. And you know, Peyton Thorne kind of got exposed last year without having an amazing running back talent. He looked really good in 2021 because Kenneth Walker could just get 5 touchdowns in a game. And so he didn't have to do a lot, right? But last year he had to and didn't look very good. Noah Kim may actually be an improvement over Peyton Thorne. So yeah, that's my one. I forced myself to say something nice about
I try. You know, I've tried to get better through the years of just trying to be, you know, unbiased about these things. So it's sometimes I want to be like, you suck, and I'm happy, but no, I think I think that it's going to be a little bit surprising for people.
Absolutely. So our last team, Indiana. What's going on here? This is a team that in 2019 and 2020 had a great running game, quarterback play. Mike Hart, I think, was a big reason for that. And they fell off hard. I don't think Tom Allen was able to find suitable replacements for Kalen DeBoer and Mike Hart, and that kind of cost them. Their defense tends to be pretty good, like pretty okay, but their offense has just fallen off a cliff lately. So what do you think's happening there? What do you think's going on? And we're taking the over or the under on this one?
Yeah. Indiana has always been like kind of good, but then I feel like they fall victim to like who they face every year. You know, when they face Michigan, Ohio State, you know, Penn State, that's kind of like suffered, and they were a little bit there, 19 and 20. You're right, but then it just, like they said, he could not replace that, and they've just plummeted. Like it's not even like a rebuilding or anything; they are just gone, and it's really sad to see. And I would even say under on that, not even having to look at their schedule, because who is even there? Who is even, you know, I know that we got one of their transfer guys from the portal. They're getting out of there. They don't believe in Tom. They don't believe in what was there. And that was the biggest thing, is you can't get your players to believe, and the program is going to plummet, and it did.
Lexi, I see 2 wins for them. Akron and Indiana State.
And you know what? Don't be counting out Akron either, because I just feel like that. I think.
Hey, that would.
I hope they win a game.
Be really sad. That would be really sad if they. I mean, do you think that they'd be looking at an interim head coach if they lose to Akron? Because I don't know. That might be too much.
What kind of expectations do you really hold at any university for football? Probably, I guess. Though. You're right. Probably you would get the boo.
Yeah, that's a tough. That is, if you're a big. Indiana's a Big Ten team. Like you gotta beat Akron. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So anyway, so we've got special guests here. For those of you who are just joining, we've been on for the last hour with Lexi, who you can find at Go Blue Lexi 117 on Twitter. Locked in with Lexi, Win Daily Sports. So obviously we're so thrilled to have you here. Just for those people who are just joining, tell us a little bit about your show, and I know you have a daily show, so.
Yeah, so I do daily video content for Win Daily Sports, sports betting revolving around MLB, NBA, NFL, college basketball, college football when it comes. Kind of breaking videos, fun videos to debate, videos that allow me to talk a little bit of shit along the way. So I really appreciate Win Daily for the opportunity to do so, and to get paid for it. So that's great. And I'm also a co-host for the Weekenders on Multiplicity Media, and we discuss week by week in the summertime, break down each conference for the NFL and what we think is going to do. Same thing with the conferences in college football, and then just talk college football and NFL during the season. So I just get football at every angle, and I love it so much because it's life. So follow me if you can. If you want to buckle up, I'm a little bit much, but it's quite the ride.
Well, and we've got the link a couple of times for people to follow you and follow Win Daily Sports and subscribe. It's throughout the chat, so we recommend people do that. If we have time for one more topic, the last one here that I had for us potentially is the divisions, and the fact that we are at the point where in after this year, divisions are going bye-bye. And what's your take? Is that do you think that's going to strengthen the Big Ten?
I don't know, if it's gonna. I mean, it'll strengthen it in the way that we'll just obviously know in Indy who the 2 best teams are. So I think that's nice, and then play each other. But I think it's simultaneously with the expansion of the playoffs. We were going to see those Big Ten teams in there anyways. We were going to see us, Ohio State, Penn State, maybe occasionally the Iowa or Illinois was right on that cusp too that probably would have made it last year. So with both of those, I think it's going to really strengthen that and give it. Sorry, it's getting so dark. But I think those 2 things are what's going to really strengthen our conference. So I'm excited for it.
So we'll take a caller real quick, and you feel free to drop off whenever you need to. But we've got Will ND here, Notre Dame fan, big friend of the show, is back with us here. Will, welcome back. On location, I see.
Of course, always on location for the Ocho.
Absolutely. So what's your take on it?
I feel disrespected by your throwing shade at Notre Dame Stadium that night. I'm a little hurt.
You know, honestly, I hate Notre Dame so much, but I like you for asking that question. So it's just because like Ohio State is just so stacked right now. I'm still kind of like feeling out how Marcus Freeman's going to be, continuing this, keeping it up. It just a little bit falling off last year. Losing to Marshall was pretty bad. I mean, that had to have been pretty bad for you, So I think that he just needs to get that image back out there that they're still that strong program. And right now, I just don't feel it. And Ohio State's just too hot. So not trying to upset you too much, but it's the truth.
Will, do you mind repeating what you said? Only because I don't think anybody heard it. So something about Notre Dame and being.
I should have felt like it was disrespect that Lexi said she wasn't like she was saying like something like no one's scared of Notre Dame not playing on.
Oh yeah, well now that you've dumped Tommy Rees, I mean that was a big. Well, he went to Alabama, but I mean let's be real. Nobody, I don't think any Notre Dame fan I talked to was very happy with his performance.
Yeah.
I feel like Notre Dame should be putting up 35 a game this season. Because I feel like we have a top 10 receiver unit, top 5 running unit. So I'm pretty confident in offense. The defense, I'm a little worried about. I mean, I don't think the linebackers everyone came back from the linebackers. They went back great. And we did lose our best D lineman, but.
Yeah.
You guys just need to, like, join the Big Ten and get over it, okay? That's
just join us.
Join the conference, okay?
Will, can you talk into your mic a little more? We're having some difficulties.
Sorry. But I have a question. I do think that divisions will help the Big Ten because we'll be able to see who's the best team.
Okay.
In the championship game.
And not just like a Big Ten West team that barely, maybe dropped 2 games and then they just beat an East team by chance and then, for sure.
What did D4 call the Big Ten West again?
The McDonald's Fun House.
McDonald's Fun House. I don't even know McDonald's Fun House and championship game in the Big Ten. Although I am a PJ fan, so I would be really happy to see Minnesota make it to the championship game. But I don't think they'll show who's the best team.
Okay. There we go.
Row the boat.
Last year, since you threw some shade at Notre
My
Dame.
disdain for Notre Dame goes far back than probably you were even alive for. So it's no hard feeling.
Tell us then. Tell me then why.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in the 90s, and I grew up, we always were beating Notre Dame. And
always beating Notre Dame. Hold up.
I mean, come on.
4 in a row from the late 80s to the early 90s. You had 4 in a row back then.
4 in a row? Okay,
Yeah.
well, we've won like so many more than that. And then like it's the way we like ended. It's the way we ended it. I'm so glad to like beat Brian Kelly in such a way that maybe
that was nice.
Not schedule us again until 2033.
And if you join the conference, Will, you can play us sooner.
Yeah, we took it to Brady Hoke in 2014. That was nice. But
Well, everybody took it to Brady Hoke in 2014.
Yeah, come on, man.
To
Like,
be
give us
fair,
a break.
He was terrible.
Hey, you can't forget that night game, though. That night game was, I think, one of the greatest college football games ever played, where Denard Robinson ran all up and down.
I hate that game.
I know, I bet you do.
That made 10-year-old me cry. 10-year-old me cried that night. But
10 years old. Oh my God.
Well, imagine I was at the school at Michigan through the end of Rich Rod, and then we had the one good year, the Sugar Bowl year, and then Brady Hoke. I was in the dark times. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I grew up at the end of the Charlie White. But
okay.
But can Jim Harbaugh win a bowl game? That's what I'm saying. He's lost the last 6. Can Jim Harbaugh?
Oh my goodness. Is
Oh,
that
boy.
how we're
Oh,
really
boy.
ranking?
Get into the playoffs. Can he win?
How about
Can-
conference championships? Oh wait, Notre Dame can't brag on that, can they? You know what's more important to me? Hoisting that trophy to say that my team was the best in our entire conference. It's
Yeah,
not.
got
It's all love over here. I just
It's somewhat of a serious question though. Do you think that he can have the team like prepare the team? Like, do you think he's like just doing like 2 days and stuff? Like the practices are hard. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I think Jim Harbaugh knows that now he's gotten to that plateau. You know, beating Ohio
Yeah.
State, winning the conference, and getting to the playoffs. But he's got to know now at this point, you got to start slinging the ball, and not just later on. He's got to have JJ slinging that all season long because, you know, then JJ will be ready. He'll be prepared. He'll have that chemistry and those connections. I am so excited for the connection with him and Cornelius this year. And even him and Roman, I think it's going to be fire. So it's at this point, I'm not even going to say this, it's natty or bust at this point. You've got all this talent. You've made it to the playoff for 2 years in a row now. Okay?
Yep.
Winning a playoff game isn't enough with this roster. This roster should win a national title. So it's a lot of expectations. I'm terrified. My little heart is not going to be able to take this. But that's what the precedent has to be set at this point. So Harbaugh's a football guy. I know he's smart. He's changed his ways in ways that he's needed to thus far, you know, getting rid of those stubborn coaches, letting the younger guys kind of take reign. We saw what Sharon Moore's done, you know, with that offense and kind of giving him the keys to it. So that's the last step he's got to do. So, yeah, I think he has the ability to, and this is the year. If he's going to do it, it's got to happen.
Yeah. And look at Darius Clemens. Look and watch somebody else. Carmelo English.
Yes.
Watch this space. He's gonna pop off, I think. Carmelo English.
Yeah.
Look out.
I know, Bilal, it wasn't the fact that he knows he needs to throw the ball. It's just that our running game does so well, especially against defense, that he just thought he could continue to do that against SEC teams. So he realizes he can't do that. He needs to throw it more than just run it on the throats all game. So.
Yeah. I think that when you have two of the best running backs in college football, you don't need, in a year where JJ did not have spring ball, in a year where JJ had to split reps with the ones in fall camp, game 1 and game 2 with Cade McNamara, and you have two of the best running backs in college football, you run the ball a little bit more. But this year, JJ had spring. He doesn't have to split reps with Cade anymore. And Harbaugh himself was quoted as saying it's going to be a 50-50 offense, not a 60-40 run anymore. So even Jim Harbaugh, I think, acknowledges they have to throw the ball a little bit more.
Absolutely.
Which, that's, I'd say, the biggest statement.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hearing Jim wants to limit Edward and Corum to 10 carries a game. I mean, Corum, maybe, especially early on. Edwards, probably not. I think Edwards and Ben Hall, you're going to see a lot early in those first 4 games. Like, you're going to see Edwards, you're going to see Ben Hall, you're going to see Cole Cabana. Blake Corum's going to be maybe in the first drive, and then he's going to be saved, I think, for the big games more so.
But good question, though. He needs to win that. He needs to win that game. He needs to. So.
I feel like teams like us that don't flash the pass.
The what?
Like teams like Notre Dame, like Big Ten, I guess like Midwestern teams, not SEC teams that flash the pass. I feel like we have to have that S-tier quarterback. Like Ian Book was a B-tier quarterback, blown out. JJ was an A-tier quarterback last year, back close. But if JJ can take that S-tier, like first or second round type quarterback, I feel like Michigan.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, he's got the talent. His ceiling is the sky, and that's what a lot of people don't like kind of fathom because they just haven't seen him do it enough. But I mean, the kid made a cross throw like 75 yards, like no problem, you know,
it's true.
You know, 35 yards across, which ended up being like 70. But
it's kind of in his head a bit, like different decisions.
Yes.
You can't turn the ball over in a playoff game like you did.
Absolutely not.
But I was sure TCU is in Georgia. They aren't a great team, but if you turn it over against Georgia, like you can't do that. So I feel like that's what JJ. That's JJ's last step.
And that's what that I feel like that maturity level hits in year 3, and that's why I've always been excited for this year 3 because it was always kind of like the battle last year in the beginning, and I'm sure that was in his head and probably continued through his head that he had to like work there for that. But now that this is his spot, he doesn't have to worry about that no more. So I think a lot of this is going to kind of, mellow out some. So I'm excited.
Yeah.
It'll just be like, I feel like you guys can win if Carson Beck's like not a great. If Carson Beck's like a Stetson, but if he's better than Stetson, like I just don't know.
Well, we're really struggling to hear you. I don't know if you need to go on to speakerphone or something, but yeah, it's really choppy.
Okay, sorry, but you're a lot of fun, and I'll definitely watch the video. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Will. Thanks for coming back on. All righty. So we do have another caller. We got Vaughn Mitchell. So we want to take that one. Vaughn, thanks for waiting. Hey.
Yeah, no problem. A couple of things. Do you guys know how much involvement Harbaugh has with QB development?
I mean, I think he's always like kind of been the like head of that, do I think that he's the main person anymore? I'm not really sure. I feel like he's kind of loosened his reins on a lot of these things. And I'm not saying that's the reason that things have done it, but he's trusted his guys to help develop these kids far beyond what even he can do. So I think it's really a collective effort at JJ at this point. So
yeah,
I wouldn't say it's just Jim Harbaugh mentoring that. No.
Yeah. In 2015, Mike Fort mentioned this too. He was the quarterback coach, and he did develop Rudock into, I'd say, a pretty darn good quarterback. Obviously won that bowl game against Florida. So early on, I think his quarterback coaching was he was much more hands-on. Now with Kirk Campbell doing what he does, I think he's more of a more taking the CEO mentality, but he still is going to be, I think, always, as long as Harbaugh's the head coach, is going to be kind of a co-quarterback coach along with whoever the quarterback coach is. Like you see it when he does that thing where he hits him on the helmet, before the quarterback comes out, takes the field. He does that kind of stuff. He always has a close relationship with his quarterbacks because he played that position at the highest level in college and at the NFL. So, but yeah, I think
I mentioned this
less direct nowadays.
To Mark a couple of weeks ago, but it seems like QBs in their year two seem to regress. Whether it's Harbaugh directly with their development or the coaches that he's hiring to develop them, I think JJ will be the exception because he just has that fight in him, that mentality. So I am hoping that we don't see a regression. And so it's just always boggles my mind because, of course, Harbaugh never called himself a QB whisperer, but when Harbaugh was hired, we were expecting, Harbaugh, former quarterback, he can develop these guys. And everyone was pointing to Andrew Luck. But I'm not sure how much, if Andrew Luck was just the exception, because right now it looks like he's the exception and not the rule.
Yeah. I also think, too, though, that Harbaugh's finally starting to recruit that more elite quarterback talent. Now, that's no dig at, Shea or Cade, but, he hasn't had consistent, play like this. And, Shea was a transfer in, Cade came up, but then, it's like he saw what was in JJ. It's like he's been waiting for a JJ all this time, that the person you said has that fight, has that leadership, is humble in his position and who he is. So I do think he's gonna be the exception, but I also think it lays the ground for all the futures. You got Jaden Davis coming up after him. I think that's not going to be anything that Michigan has experienced. Having these elite quarterbacks or at least higher star quarterbacks come through with bigger ceilings for talent and athleticism. And that's going to show in these next few years. So I can't look at the past because it's been so choppy and not really settled in that quarterback position. But now that we're starting to do that, you now see, we're getting to that next level. That was kind of a big missing piece as well. So it's gonna be crazy.
Absolutely. So we do have Buckeye Mike, who I'm going to be having a show with called 30-Minute War coming up in a month or two. We're going to be kind of bringing our games from both perspectives, which I think is going to be kind of fun. So Buckeye Mike is joining us. Welcome back to the show.
Glad to be back.
Actually, it's perfect that you're here because I wanted to ask this to both Michigan and Buckeye fans. Will the game to you, like 2024 and onward, mean as much to you? Because already, like looking forward, it already means a little bit less to me than in the past.
Well, for me,
you go first.
sorry. So for me personally, it still means everything. Like, I have so much respect for Michigan fans because I love this community so much. But, and no offense, John, but I want to rip y'all's head off. Like, y'all, It's time for y'all to lose. But here's the thing, too. The more that you play each other, the more likely someone is likely to lose. And you know what? Give me that 3 times a year, baby. Let's do it. Bring it on.
Yeah, it's never like the first matchup for us will always like be like the game, obviously. So even if we do play each other like in the conference championship, in the playoffs, like obviously that's like the game too. But like this is the greatest rivalry in college football. I don't care what nobody says. Y'all down the south can have whatever you call anything else. This is the greatest rivalry that lives in the sport. So y'all don't understand the hatred that's built in what we have for each other. Like it's really like born like from birth. It's instilled. But and just like Mike said, I love ripping your guys' heads off and watching you lose. So it needs to happen more. I need that 3-peat to hold that.
I mean, look at it this way. Like, as soon as Michigan lost at TCU, I'm like, let's go get this chip, baby. Whoever wins the Peach Bowl is winning the chip.
Yeah, for me, that Georgia game, like watching how close Ohio State came to beating Georgia, that forever shifted how I felt about the game because I was getting a pit in my stomach just watching. Like, I can't believe, Michigan lost against TCU, and then now I'm gonna possibly have to watch Ohio State, and so that just
the gods were looking out for Michigan fans that day. Because no way. I probably wouldn't have showed my face on Twitter if like they won. Let's be real. Probably taking a break, but no, that was a really good game though between them and Georgia. So, and I just feel like it only shows like we threw those 2 picks and turn over that ball. And I'm not saying TCU won. I'm not making excuses. I'm not sure Michigan fan is going to say, we only lost because of that. But we whooped Ohio State in a top 4 matchup at your place. And had no worries because we've been concentrating on and everything. And I just feel like that's what another thing that this Michigan team kind of lacks. It's like they get so focused on one thing that we can't expand it to be something else. But I'm hoping that there isn't as much pressure now. Like, having to beat Ohio State, you still got to do it, obviously. But I want them to hopefully focus on winning that playoff game and winning the Natty because that's this next step for them.
Well, I'm hoping we don't win the Joe Moore Award because it seems like every time we win the Joe Moore Award, the O-line gets beaten in the postseason, and so I don't know if that's bad luck.
I have a question. I have a question for you guys, and we'll start with Lexi. So in recent weeks, it was announced that Michigan has a beat Georgia drill, which I've been saying with Mark Rogers that it's really a beat insert postseason team here drill. Like it's a beat Georgia, Alabama, TCU, USC, whoever, because Ohio State in the past under Urban Meyer wanted to emulate Alabama, and they called it the chase of perfection, and they wanted to be more like Alabama in mindset because that's what they saw perfection under Urban. And they also did drills to face Clemson. So Ohio State has done postseason prep in kind of a similar mindset. I think everybody just hopped on the beat Georgia thing,
but playoffs, like that's just what it is. It's not like, you know, I see beat at TCU. Guess what? TCU probably going to be there next year. So why would they make a drill call and beat them? Like Georgia's going to be there next year. So that's why it's called a beat Georgia. But y'all just run and take anything to hate on Michigan when it goes to the media. So I just sit back and let it happen.
Buckeye Mike, what do you think about a beat postseason team? Insert postseason team here drill.
See, how do I want to word this? I don't care who it is, because you stated Ohio State's done it before. I don't care who it is. I think it is the dumbest thing ever. You're just adding an extra drill into your practice, and I don't care if Ohio State does it. I don't care if Michigan does it. I don't think I was paying as much attention to college football back then. I never heard the, beat Clemson drill. But, as soon as they came out with it, it was plastered everywhere over social media for Michigan. It's like, really? The dumbest thing ever. I mean, you know what? And it's not even beat Georgia. It's called execute a freaking fake field goal or whatever kind of play. I mean, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, what was that?
Well, he's gone now. Okay, so he had some issues, and he's no longer calling plays for Michigan. So I don't think you're going to see a lot of Philly specials out of nowhere. If they do a fake play, like Joel Klatt always says, when you have the singular OC vision, sometimes you set up the fakes. You have a setup of a fake, and then you have your fake. You don't just have Philly special out of nowhere. You have the setup beforehand. So if you do see a play that's a little bit more on the creative side, they're going to set it up before they do it.
But I like that Harbaugh has that. Like it's time for him to level up his, the program. I mean, he has leveled it up, but we need to take that next step. And to be the best, you gotta beat the best. And what is Alabama doing? What is Georgia doing in postseason? Like Harbaugh needs to analyze. Okay, what are these guys doing? What are these programs doing in the postseason that I can implement for my team, for my program, to get to that next level? Because whatever he's doing right now is not working. And just looking at that TCU game, like Michigan had great stats throughout that. I mean, a couple of players went wild, but overall, like this, if you look at the stat line, you would think that Michigan would have won. But whatever is happening in the postseason, it's causing the players to play too tight. It's causing the coaching staff to overanalyze and overthink things, and I think this is good for the program, for the team to get us to that next step.
And of course, we even have the Texas representation in here. Welcome to the Big Ten Live Show. Texas would have given Georgia a better game than TCU. Maybe. I mean, I don't necessarily think you're wrong. I think we can't really judge that, but because it didn't happen. But we could play the game on NCAA 14 on Xbox 360. Maybe that'll be what I do after I finish the season.
How long is it?
Well,
conference like.
Well, I mean, as far as that goes, I think they probably would have, as long as Georgia didn't play dirty like Alabama and put Quinn Ewers on his freaking head.
Yeah, they're going to beat Bama.
They were.
Even though Nick Saban brought air conditioners, that was a whole thing. So just to wrap up, we have a lot of comments on the chat. Ohio State and Michigan going back and forth, and I think that Michigan had to do something, because as has been stated by Will ND, by others, Michigan has lost a bunch of bowl games in a row. Okay, now you can make an argument with some of them like Dalvin Cook beating Michigan. That was
We don't got
legit.
that hurts enough of course.
You know, Alabama was the national championship team. Basically, it was the entire national championship team that Michigan had to face in that prior January. So that one is pretty legit. Hey, Georgia, the national champion, pretty legit loss. Okay, but then you got your South Carolina, you got your TCU. I just don't. I mean, I think Harbaugh had to do something, and they're doing something. They have a beat Georgia drill.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm not even like that super upset right now because this whole time I've said, damn it, just beat Ohio State. And then we'll get to that next thing. And they've done that twice in a row. So I'm not going to be worried about that. Now, yeah, please let's get this going. Win a bowl game and get to the national title like I know you can do. Because it's so frustrating. It's so annoying. And it's not the measurement of how good a football team is, their bowl record. Because half the time y'all just say meaningless bowl games anyway. So I'm not going to hear the argument of that. But it's frustrating. You're a damn good program. Win the postseason. That's just.
Well, I mean, they are meaningless outside of the Big Six, honestly.
I know. But I mean, hopefully going forward it'll be better now that it's expanded.
So, but Buckeye Mike, I'm curious. So, are you scared of or worried at all about Penn State this year? Because Penn State seems to play Ohio State pretty close. We've had some real movie finishes, ESPN Instant Classics. What do you think about Penn State? Do you think they're gonna be a challenge this year?
Nope.
For Ohio State, I think you're looking at maybe a good game. I mean, it is the off season. We're 2 months away from the season beginning, roughly-ish. And everything's up in the air right now. At this moment, I used to be the type of guy that at this moment, I'd say Ohio State's beating the crap out of everybody except maybe Michigan. Michigan always needs to be a classic. I don't care where it's at in the schedule. It needs to be a classic. But it could come down to the week before the game when we're doing our show, and I could be like, this could be interesting. I mean, there's just too many questions with Penn State right now that they need to answer. That we could say one thing now and say one thing the week before each time we play them, and they could be two totally different things. I mean, Drew Alar or Alar, however you say his name. I mean.
I haven't seen much of him. That's the thing.
Yeah. There's too many questions with him at quarterback, and of course, that's the main thing.
I think Maryland will be more of a challenge this year than Penn State, in my opinion. And I think Ohio State plays Maryland earlier in the season, right? They don't, last year they played them towards the latter half of the season.
Yeah.
They play October 7th, so they're about halfway.
Okay. Because Maryland, to me, seems is like a team that plays really good in the first half of the season, and then second half that you get really injured. Although last year against Ohio State seems to be the exception, but I don't think Maryland. I think Maryland will be just about the same. Maybe take a step back this year. I know you guys have them at 9-3, but I think they will challenge Ohio State. They'll get 7 wins at least, maybe 8. I don't see them going 9-3, but I think Maryland is would challenge more so than Penn State because Ohio State is playing Penn State at home.
Well, yeah, Argraw is a Penn State fan, and Argraw, Penn State fan, says, I wanted Rule for a couple seasons. I think somebody asked him, hey, do you want to get rid of Franklin? And the funny thing is, a couple of years ago, there was talk about Franklin actually going to a USC or an SEC team or something like that. Obviously, he coached Vandy for a few years and took them to 9-3 seasons. Matt Rule was, of course, tied to, obviously has Penn State ties. But yeah, Franklin seems to be like Jim Harbaugh before the wins, where, because you remember everybody was talking, oh, well, I can't win the big game. Well, now everybody's shut up about that because that happened. But now James Franklin needs to take that step. And
I'm sure
does he have
Franklin
the ego
when we
does he
started
have the
doing
ego to toss out what isn't working,
No.
like the lack of ego?
You know, that's the thing too. Is like Jim Harbaugh hasn't necessarily gotten rid of the win the. If you can't win the playoff game, I mean, come on, really? You got rid of the can't win the big game. I mean, I get
Yes.
how big Ohio State Michigan is, but the playoff game to play for a national championship is bigger, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's true, but Michigan's won some big, or Harbaugh's won some big games. Like for a long time, that was the stigma against him. But I
Yeah,
think he's
the last 2 years,
thrown
he's
off
like,
that.
yeah, the last 2 years he's like the whole big game. Obviously not the bowl game, but he's won plenty of big games the last 2 years. But he
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
won originally.
Top 5 Ohio State, top 7 Penn State. I know that we're saying Penn State's the can't win it, but somebody's got to win because it's the Big Ten East meat grinder. So, so I think that, yeah, in terms of regular season big games, let me be clear, regular season big games, James Franklin needs to take that step before we start talking about playoff and everything else.
Yep.
So
let
will
me
it
ask you
happen?
guys. Let me ask you guys this: with the transition for the conference and for the CFP starting next year, how long do you think until a team, no offense to our USC friends, but how long do you think until USC or UCLA even plays for the conference title, let alone wins the conference title? Because in my head, know that I'm being a little biased by saying this, but I see Ohio State versus Michigan or Penn State for the next quite a few years for the title of the
Yeah,
conference.
I think it's going to be a pretty tough that first year for like USC, UCLA. That's a lot of traveling. And I don't know how it's going to work long term. It really seems like unfair because all of their traveling is going to be so super long. But I think that they're still going to be good, but it's not going to be like they're going to come in and storm the conference. We all remember Nebraska saying that when they were coming from the Big 12, and they've not done shit since they got into the Big 10. Everyone likes to run their mouth about the Big 10 until they consistently play defenses that smother them to hell. So
Right.
USC is going to get a wake up call. I think it won't be too long. I think they'll climb up pretty quickly because Lincoln's doing a great job there, some good recruiting and stuff. But that first year is probably going to be really tough. So I give at least USC a couple years, but UCLA is probably going to be like a Nebraska, I think, coming to the Big Ten, like when they first got
it. Yeah. Sorry, Search. If Search is listening, we have our there he, yep, there is. So USC will be right there with you. First year with Caleb, maybe minor adjustment. UCLA is like Wisconsin, Iowa, probably. Okay, yeah. I mean, I could see that.
Yeah.
Maybe a little smidge under that.
I wouldn't say Iowa because Iowa's
it was really good.
Yeah, Iowa's like right underneath the top 10, the top dogs. UCLA won't be that, but they'll be like a good year in Illinois, or like they'll be like the middle of the pack. That's pretty
I can definitely see USC getting there within the first 5 years for sure.
Oh no, I'm talking about UCLA. Yeah.
Right. Well, and it's like, okay, the biggest thing everybody seems to shy away from with USC is there's no defense. I mean, if you get to the Big Ten championship, we're just gonna Ohio State, Wisconsin, 2014 your ass. Pardon my French.
Yeah. So I've mentioned this to the USC folks, and by the way, this is a great. I might as well mention that we do have a USC show coming up in about an hour and a half. With Mark with Mark Rogers and Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire. So we'll post the link to that when we get a little bit closer to that show. It is a really good show. I recommend everybody check it out. I will say, as with respect to USC's defense, that one thing that people don't realize is that Alex Grinch did take an Oklahoma team that was statistically defense ranked about 120 and took it to, I believe, 39th within a year. So while I don't think that he's going to become a top 10 defense. Really, USC only needs to be Illinois level to because their offense is so good. It's like an Iowa situation where their offense doesn't need to be freaking Ohio State level. It just needs to be competent. So their USC's defense just needs to be competent. They need to tackle. And if they do that, they're going to win a lot of football games.
Yeah, see, I don't know about that because they don't face defenses nonstop. I mean, and I'm going to tell you this too. This is going to affect how Lincoln Riley has recruited because the last two conferences he's head coached do not play defense. You know, they give up a lot of points. They're all offense based. He's going to get a wake up call coming to the Big Ten, whether people want to admit that or not. That's just silly to think that he's not going to. He's going to hit a little bit of a wall. Can he come over that adversity and like work the defenses and get past like an Iowa defense, Ohio State defense, a Michigan defense? Like no problem. I don't think so. So say to year one is going to be a little bit much, especially when you got Michigan and Ohio State like at the peaks that they are. But we'll see. Yeah. Nebraska's the same thing, guys. So I'll just sit back and let it happen. We'll watch it.
I mean, there's all this talk about Ohio State hasn't done well in the Coliseum, but those were the Pete Carroll days. That's when y'all actually played defense. You're looking at a head coach that, honestly, I mean, it's hard to see sometimes, but it's nice that, Alex Grinch can improve the defense. It just doesn't seem noticeable enough. I mean, you should have beat Utah in the Pac-12 title. You should have you needed to beat them then. You should have beat them in week 7, and you didn't. And, Ohio State and Michigan especially are just going to eat y'all alive if that's the way that you play.
Yeah, I think they're going to look at the statistical improvement at the defense after this year and decide if they're going to want to make a change to Jim Leonard or somebody else or not. Because Jim Leonard's hanging out there, and he knows Big Ten defense. And I think that if Grinch doesn't statistically improve the defense a decent chunk, just like he did do at Oklahoma, if he does that here, then he'll stay. If he doesn't, then Lincoln Riley has a Rolodex of a lot of coaches, and he knows a lot of defensive coaches that he could call who know Big Ten. So I could see a change happening if they don't improve enough.
Yeah. They'll definitely have to change the way they recruit too, because this ain't going to be the Pac-12.
So we do have to honor some super chats. My bad on Nick. Nick always gives some very interesting super chats, and we always appreciate his insights. So I'll try to read the whatever I can here. Ryan Day is in danger of becoming Harbaugh's you-know-what. He is so soft, even a newborn baby's skin would look at him like, WTF, dude, you're too soft. Can't wait for Harbaugh to discipline him again. And we're not done, because he then sent another super chat to say PSU has a head coaching wart, Franklin the fraud. So, Nick, thank you for your contributions to Voice of College Football. We appreciate it.
I think if Harbaugh wins again against Day this season, Harbaugh will be today what Urban was to Harbaugh. And so,
give me like one or two more wins before I fully say that. But yeah, he's on his way.
If Michigan wins this year, then there will be no more chance for Harbaugh to dominate Ryan Day, because this stupid, annoying, we constantly want nothing but wins fan base will then proceed to run Ryan Day out of town, unless Ohio State wins enough games to make the playoff like they did last year and actually beat the first round team and win the national title.
Yeah.
But if Michigan wins, Ryan Day's days are numbered, and I don't like the outcome that I see.
Well, it's like if he drops a game before that and then loses to Michigan too, it's not going to be pretty. I'm telling you. But.
Yeah, trust me, they
Okay, let's game out this scenario here. So I think we can agree that if they go 11-1 and lose to Michigan, Rinday's not fired. But what if they lose to Notre Dame and maybe another like what if it's 9-3? Then
Oh yeah.
Then that seat gets scorching hot, I think.
Oh yeah. Well, if it's 9-3, like I mean, that's honestly, in my opinion, 9-3 is really good for a a high level program like Ohio State. I mean, people don't talk about it, but there are so many schools out there that would love to be 9-3 on a consistent basis.
Oh shit, yeah.
But
Nebraska.
that's not good
would
enough.
love that.
The difference is those are good. Well, they could be if they hadn't fired their coach for a wrong reason.
Oh boy. Yeah. Well.
I don't want to get into that because I think you guys have already talked about that before. But
oh yeah, we did 4 hours on that, so yeah, we're good. But yeah, no, I it's tough. Yeah, so 9-3.
9-3 gets him fired.
Wow, that's the expectations are so tough.
And that's why,
this is why I told Mark that the job is so hard. Like, I would never want that job if I was a neutral. Like, I wouldn't take it anyway. But like, just from a mental health perspective, from a general day-to-day perspective, to have to worry about like 12-0 every year, and like you slip up once, and maybe the other team just has a legitimately excellent game. Like Michigan called a legitimately excellent game in Columbus, and no one can argue with that. It wasn't that Ohio State stunk. They were excellent on offense. Defense needed work, but we knew that would take 2 years. I think they'll be better. But like, it's not like Michigan. Michigan just called an excellent game, and so you can't lose a single game.
Yeah, the pressure's high, but I think that's what makes Ohio State such a great program. Like I don't know Ohio State football history as well, but I don't think they really had like a dark age, like how
they've never had
Michigan
a dark age. I'm ready for a dark age. All right.
6-7, 2011 is the one dark is the.
No, there's never been a whole
the
era
fickle year.
Your life.
That's
so
it.
It needs to happen. It needs to happen.
So, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to the Woody Hayes mentality, and dark ages for Ohio State have been long gone. Dark ages for Ohio State were pre-Woody Hayes era, and Woody Hayes made Ohio State into what it is today. That is why this job is so toxic.
Yeah, because all y'all have been toxic. Every coach has come in there has been so toxic.
I mean, when the man,
like in not a good way.
I mean, when the man, never says the word Michigan and always uses that team up north, and then they lose in '69 the way they did, and he turns around and it's Michigan week in 1970, and you have all the stories of, do you know what week it is? It's Michigan, and they say he's literally screaming and crying, and he's actually saying the word Michigan. And the guys that tell the stories, they're like, it gave us a heart attack because he's never done that. We thought he was having a stroke.
Yeah, I love like the history. That's what a lot of people like. This history is so like rich between us. Like it really is. Like, I love it. And I love the fact that we're back again, because it's just been a really rough go this last 2/3 of my life. So
yeah, dark ages.
Okay, but you know what?
Yeah.
I grew up like knowing of beating Ohio State, beating Michigan State. Michigan State wasn't really a blip on my radar until Twitter, until the Mark D'Antonio days. So like, it's
little brother.
My adult years have been complete shit because it's just the rivals have just owned my team, and it's turning the tide. So I'm here for it.
Yeah, Tim is right. Tim is absolutely right here. It's. I mean, what other team? Because even Bama before Saban, had some rough years. I mean, Bama's the one I can think of as like, okay, this has been an extremely solid program for a long period of time, but they had some rough years before Saban. So, yeah, I mean, they have been really solid.
I mean, their last national championship before Saban's first with them was what, 1993? 92 season? 93?
Something like that.
Well, whoever comes after Day, I mean, whenever Day leaves, I think that may be the beginning of the dark age. But I mean, I don't know. Ohio State has a very strong football culture. And
Well,
so,
you know, it's down to like one of four guys, whoever's going to replace him, right?
Fickle.
what?
It's down. So whoever's going to replace him, it's down to Fickle, Herman, Hartline, and I guess it's just the fourth one's just my personal favorite. I would love to see PJ Fleck come to Ohio State, come back.
Whoa!
Wow. Okay, no. Let me start manifesting that for you. Please get PJ Fleck to Ohio State. Oh
Let's
my
go.
Why PJ Fleck?
That would be a dream come true.
I love PJ Fleck, man. Row the boat mentality, dude. It's awesome.
He's eaten alive by your board members. He would be eaten alive by the fan base because no one's gonna buy into that. Row the boat, they'll be like, "Get the hell out of here, buddy! Like, what are you doing?"
Vrabel. So Hummus Hero, Buckeye fan as well, says Vrabel.
Vrabel would never want to deal with the college.
No.
Yeah, he would never want to deal with the college.
You don't have to recruit.
He doesn't have patience.
He's got a sweet job at Tennessee.
He's already been an assistant in Ohio State.
Yeah,
he's
I don't
good.
think he'd come back. I don't think he would. I would.
Yeah.
I don't think he has.
I put it at Fickle or Heartline.
Yeah,
I think that's
I
it.
don't think Herman. Like, you know, it'd be
No.
kind of ironic if Tom Herman did come though, because I remember like that whole like hook 'em thing that happened. But
Yeah, no.
no,
He's
it's gonna be. I think it's
yeah.
gonna be Heartline. I think that's gonna be your best choice, to be honest with you. But we'll see if something else.
Most likely.
Yeah, Fickle.
Fleck, man, I love that. Just be dreaming about that.
I love
top
PJ
five.
Fleck.
Fickle.
I know. He's not the guy
Fickle,
for Ohio
Fickle,
State.
Fickle, and Fickle.
He's not. He would get eaten alive at Ohio State. He really would.
Honestly,
There's only
yeah.
so many people who can do it.
Yeah. Like, he would be ran out of town after that first like loss or something. Like, it just would be so bad.
I can see an SEC coach from like a middle tier SEC team, like Ole Miss or I don't know, like Lane Kiffin. I can see an coming up.
I mean, hey, if you want to hire Lane Kiffin and pay me like $500 a week to punch him in the face, yeah, go ahead. I cannot stand that.
Ohio State has that SEC mentality as far as.
No, it's not even that. I just can't stand him.
Who?
Oh, really?
I can't.
Lane Kiffin.
How can you not like? I feel like Lane Kiffin has like the same kind of shtick that PJ Fleck does, though. I just feel like they're like similar in like how they kind of just, I don't know. Maybe I'm off base on that, but they both have shticks that just don't work for me. I like Lane because he's funny, but I don't know.
Yeah, so Rushman, another. So we got a lot of Buckeyes tonight. Rushman, another Buckeye fan.
Sure we do.
You know, Day will be OSU coach for a long time. I actually think that it's more likely that Ryan Day leaves on his own accord to go to either the NFL, well, probably the NFL, because I mean the expectations are so like he even has mentioned it on recent interviews, like because the margins, like it's so thin between getting into the playoffs and not. In the NFL, you lose a game. You lose one or two games. Pretty much everybody does, unless you're on a whole nother stratosphere. Like even the Chiefs lose games, and the really good teams lose games. So I think he might want that eventually, and kind of the pressure actually lessening.
Is it true that Harbaugh didn't sign his new contract?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about it yet.
Yeah, haven't heard yet.
I'm really not worried about it.
I'm not either. Santa Ono's negotiating directly with Harbaugh. So
Yeah,
Ward
and
Manuel
let me tell you,
cut
now
out
that
of it.
we got like a new president in, it's
Yeah.
key. I'm so excited.
Well,
Yeah, no,
Harbaugh
he's great.
finally decided to beat the teams he needs to beat.
Yes, that's correct.
True.
Because you want to talk about being eaten alive. If Harbaugh, you know what? We'll take him. Give him to us because he pulls that crap that he pulled the first 5 years under Meyer. He is gone.
Oh, duh. I know that's the difference. We're not like we weren't the same level as you guys for so long. We're finally starting to recruit at your level again, beat you guys. Like we were behind, and for everyone in like the comments writing it off because your defense stunk. Well, guess what? Our defense also shut your offense up, and it's one of the best ones that you guys have seen in like a long time. So don't try to write off those losses like they didn't hurt. But I'm just saying it's not, I wasn't saying about you, I'm talking about the people in the comments that
There's
are just
a lot of
making
commenters
excuses about
coming
it.
at
But,
us.
it's just we weren't there, and we're finally getting back to that level. So there's levels to this. I've always said it. We plummeted after Lloyd Carr stopped recruiting and stopped giving a damn, and then we bring in Rich Rod, who wanted to completely eliminate Michigan defense. Michigan football has been always built around their defense. We finally got Don Brown the hell out of here and got people in here to build this defense. We're the essence of what Michigan was always based off of. So it's like now it's building off of that. Like we've got to that. We've got that good foundation again. That time for that next step. And it's like it's been a process, but we got to continue to recruit at the same level as you guys, though, because not doing so is what has put us so far behind you during those Rich Rod and Hoke years. And it's
I never understood why Harbaugh took 5 years to fire Don Brown. He should have been fired after year 3.
Because
he fooled everybody for a while.
You ain't gotta preach to me.
He fooled everybody for a while. He had the statistical one of the best defenses because he was beating up on Indiana and nobody. And so he built up a statistical top 10 defense because of that. But when you actually look at the scheme, Urban and Ryan Day figured him out and started calling the crossing routes and these things to just gash him. And then he was exposed. And then Mike McDonald comes in, Jim Harbaugh calls his brother, hey, can you help me out? In a bit of a pickle. Just had my salary cut in half. Can you help me out? And John Harbaugh gave him the choice. He could have had Mike McDonald or he could have had Jesse Minter. He chose Mike McDonald. Completely changes the system, more of like a 3-4 multiple and a zone plus man concept instead of just everything is man and blitz and everything else. And then you start improving. So he needed to go a little sooner, though. I agree.
It was really though just like kind of taking that step down and like toning down the ego, because Harbaugh is an ego guy, he was, but it was really impressive when I watched him not only fire his guys, but bring in younger minds, kind of give up the reins a little bit, maybe not as much as I would have liked so far, but I think more of that's coming. So it's really just the beginning here. And I feel like a lot of people are kind of trying to write that off like it isn't, but I don't think we're going to anywhere back to where we were in the past.
So I don't know about you two, but I feel like the reason Don Brown overstayed his welcome is because Don Brown and Jim Harbaugh have an Alex Grinch, Lincoln Riley issue. Or, the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, what do you mean?
Lincoln Riley doesn't want to get rid of Alex Grinch, and in my opinion, Alex Grinch is crap. It freaking sucks.
It's hard though to get rid of your guys. That's why it's like the mixing business with pleasure, having friendships and that type of thing is never a good thing. But if that's what's going to be holding him back, Lincoln has got to make that decision sooner rather than later, because we all watched how it happened for Jim and Don Brown in Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those were
and the parallel is also so Lincoln Riley has gotten to the level of winning his conference and making playoff appearances. So there's another parallel with Lincoln Riley, because they've Jim Harbaugh and Lincoln Riley have gotten here, right? Lincoln Riley having better quarterback play, Heisman's, things like that. Jim Harbaugh having better defenses. But they both have won conference championships and gone and made playoff appearances. So when you talk about which one is ranked where, I mean, I could go either way. I'd say Harbaugh just is a smidge higher. They're both, I'd say, in the top in the top for me. Underneath like Nick Saban, Kirby Smart, of course, with the recent natties. Dabo, I put Dabo above for now.
Mm-hmm.
Two titles, pretty recent. He needs to prove it this year, and I think Garrett Riley's going to help him with that. But yeah, I'd put where, I don't know, where would you guys? I'm curious. Where would you guys put? We got yeah, perfect timing. Tim Prangley, USC fan, is calling in.
Oh boy.
Right here. So Tim Prangley.
We're not even in the conference yet. It's like you're constantly cracking on USC. I'm coming in to say, look, one, Mike, I don't know what you're thinking. First, you tell us that Day's getting fired. Then you tell us that he's gonna be replaced by row the boat, dude. Really? Are these your takes? I want to make sure we're doing this. Secondly, John, you're right. You guys have gone to the playoffs 2 straight years. You've beaten Ohio State 2 straight years. You guys, Harbaugh, you're never gonna get me to say a bad word about the guy. What he did at University of San Diego, what he did at Stanford. The guy can turn programs around, and he did that again at Michigan. Mm-hmm. But let's chill out. I mean, Lincoln Riley didn't just win a couple conference championships. He won how many in a row? You know what I mean? And what he did at USC last year, even as a diehard USC fan, blew my mind. I mean, what he was able to do with that roster. A lot of you guys we were so bad, no one even thought about USC. So you guys don't know how actually bad we really were. Yeah. And what he did in 1 year blows your mind. And then, Mike, you need a little studying up on what's called the offseason. USC, that was year one. That was year one under Lincoln Riley. Guy came in off of I've been following SC football for a lot longer than maybe you've been alive, Mike. And I'm going to tell you, that was the worst defense I'd ever seen. Oregon State had a great team in 2021, but I watched them look like the 95 Huskers against USC in the Coliseum running down our throat. Last year's numbers were bad, but you might want to give a guy just maybe more than 1 year to turn the program around before I start saying that the defense is going to be crap when they come into the Big Ten, because just do it yourself a favor. Look at what USC brought in just over the offseason. I think you might be.
So my USC UCLA question was more geared towards UCLA, because I do think USC can be more competitive in the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Well, I mean,
and to be fair, to answer your question, I just love PJ Fleck. PJ Fleck is a cool dude, and I just want to see him succeed and be somewhere big.
Yeah, but bringing him getting rid of Ryan Day, who again has fallen short. You got to give credit to Michigan and what they've done. It's not like that Day is not a good coach. It's you got to give respect to what Harbaugh has done at Michigan and the line they built, the running backs they have, McCarthy playing out of his mind. You have to realize that maybe it's not as much that Day needs to be replaced as much as you guys maybe need to find out an answer to their offense with your defense.
Exactly. And to be clear, I don't want to replace him. I'm just saying the fan base is at the point, like if they lose to Michigan again, that there was already talk about wanting Ryan Day gone after last year's game.
Who's saying this?
The fan base.
Well, dude, listen, fans can be idiots. That's what we're all. That's what we are.
There were absolutely idiot fans saying Ryan Day should be
irrational, right? And we can be irrational, and that's why we're fans. But it doesn't mean that's what needs to happen, right?
No, I'm not saying it needs to happen. Like, just like, I am a big believer on, this is just a freaking game. So don't be sending, death threats to CJ Stroud and the kicker and all of that.
Every fan base has losers like that,
right,
unfortunately.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I will say about to your point, I gotta address the point about. So I think I would agree with you if you cut off Harbaugh's career and only focused on the Michigan side, but I know you remember the Stanford years, and there was even I think a Pete Carroll team in there that he might have beaten. Not often, but once, maybe twice.
They won a couple now, and they won just like you won against Ohio State. Yeah. He had these big jumbo packages, ran the ball right down, wear you down, and then knockout punch. And the fourth quarter just all about you guys are exhausted. You've given you so many body blows, you can't stop us. That's exactly what happened. Now, what they're going to have to find out is they need to find a way to stop that offense, and they're doing it. That's why when they go cover zero, try to stop that run, there's no one behind them. That's why you get those long runs. Well, they got tired of getting run down the field. They're getting tired, so they had to get aggressive. The Ohio State needs to find out how they're going to stop them. That was the problem with USC. We had some historically great defenses, but Jim was just ahead of the curve, and he was giving a look that nobody else could hit. It's all about matchups, right? This is sports. You can have a great team, but if you come up against a matchup where they do really strong, where you might do poorly, they're going to win.
Yeah, I think Jim Knowles will be a lot better this year. And I know a lot of Michigan fans was calling Jim Knowles Don Brown. I don't think he deserves that title yet. But I definitely think that OSU's defense is a lot better, especially at the cornerbacks. I'm not so sure. I think the safety play is going to improve dramatically. And the front seven is just, I think it's going to be one of the best front sevens in the conference, if not the best. And so it's just like with when McDonald was here, the defense was good, but when Minter came in, it was like a second year, so it got better. So the second year is where you're going to see a vast improvement, and that's why I know a lot of people are kind of, I wouldn't say they're sleeping on Ohio State, but yes, there's a lot of question marks, but Ohio State hasn't given me any reason to really doubt that they can go 11-1. I don't believe they're going to go 12-0 this year, but I have no doubts that they have the firepower to do that.
Yeah, they're not going 12-0. I don't even have them going 12-0 as a diehard Ohio State fan.
They could. Hold on, but they could. They absolutely could. There's not a team on that schedule they can't beat. Now, will they likely? Yeah, obviously it's nearly impossible. And with the teams they go up against, Penn State, great Penn State team, Michigan, Notre Dame, that's gonna be a hard run. But to say they can't go 12-0, they could go 12-0. That defense, that front seven you just said, the JTT and Sawyer and Eichberg. Who's your linebacker? I mean, that front seven's stacked. And like I was trying to say about like I was saying about Grinch, guys, that was year one. Let's give the system 2 years to get rolling, because you're still installing. A lot of that stuff probably still has a little run. I don't know if it matches up very well against the Michigans of the world.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask. I was like, you say, okay, give this 2 years to build out. Well, that 2 years, now you're going to be thrust into the Big Ten, so is that going to be just a little bit of a hiccup too, do you think? Like, is it going to maybe take you a year or two to adjust? Like, you've got all that.
Are we going to USC now? I was talking about.
My bad.
No, that's fine. USC, we're going to see this year. I'm not going to sit here and say that everything's fixed with. But see, the people that say Grinch has never had a good defense, they're this and that, etc. I'll say what I always say. It's not like Oklahoma can't get the right pieces. Oklahoma has some great defenses over the years, but for whatever reason, Riley and his staff weren't able to get the pieces that, quite frankly, USC has right now. Mm-hmm. They've been able to assemble. Now he has the pieces. There's a lot of depth. There's also guys coming back. Damani Jackson, a guy that you Michigan fans should know about. He almost went to Michigan. He was out last year, wouldn't be able to play. He's gonna be healthy, and he's playing next year. These are the pieces that no one saw, the depth pieces that no one saw last year. Right. So what's the defense gonna be? I don't think even the most optimistic USC fans going, yeah, baby, 12-0, 14-0 natty, here we go. but we do expect a top 50 defense. And I think with the offense we have, if we have a top 50 defense, top 40 defense, we're going to be a playoff team. And it is definitely possible. And then to your question to follow up, then give us another recruiting class coming off of 2 back-to-back 10-digit, let's say double-digit seasons, maybe with a bowl win this time, hopefully, or maybe a playoff appearance. Then yeah, we'll have a really good recruiting class, probably bringing some more pieces through the portal, and I think we will be ready for the Pac-12, for the Big Ten. Yeah.
So I like the direction that USC is going. I do think there's a lot of potential this year. And in fact, I didn't get a chance to make a video on this yet, but my 4 playoff teams are Georgia, Ohio State, Florida State, and USC.
Oh.
And I have Ohio State and USC in the national championship.
Wow.
It's fun to play these games, but honestly, we can't do that because, again, I'm a USC fan. I'm very optimistic. But until I see USC probably in October playing Notre Dame against an offense, right? Well, let's hope to see what their new offensive coordinator can do there. But just to see a top quality team against USC and what the defense could actually do, because that second half of the schedule for USC is a gauntlet. There's no bye week, and it's gonna be a lot. But can USC? Sure. I wouldn't start penciling USC in for the national championship game. No, I wouldn't do that yet.
Yeah. All I know is I'm so happy that Caleb's going to be gone before we face you guys. So that's a huge thing for me.
Affirmative.
Oh, yeah. Talking about weird fans. There's actually fans thinking that he might come back for a 4th year. Yeah, that's the insanity we get to hear as fan bases. So yeah, there you go.
Hey,
I don't think there's a NIL package out there that I don't know, man. I don't even know if that Florida NIL package everybody was rumoring about would be enough. He's going first overall pick unless something crazy happens.
Oh no, wait, John, you didn't realize he wants to be the first 3-time Heisman Trophy winner. That might be the motivation. I can't even say it straight face. I can't even say it straight face. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But anyway.
All right, guys. Well, I actually have to jump off of this place way later, but I'm so glad that I did. So,
yeah, Lexi, thank you so much for joining us. And just one last time, we'll just remind everybody to check out Locked In with Lexi on Win Daily Sports.
Yes, follow me on Twitter @TruePearl. So, sounds good. Then I'll see you guys later.
Thanks for joining us, Lexi.
Later. Thanks.
Bye.
Awesome.
So yeah, Mike, it's your fault I came on. So just chill out a little bit on my defensive coordinator, and we'll be good. And then also, don't stop with the flex stuff to Ohio State. That's just going to make people think you're insane. I just wanted to help you out.
The flex.
Okay.
And we got
I think that's a fair. I think it's a fair concern or criticism to have about Alex Grinch and transitioning to the Big Ten. I don't think it's unreasonable for Mike or any fan to have that assessment because we're basing it on what we've seen in the past. Just like how I don't believe that Harbaugh is. Yeah, can Harbaugh win in the postseason? Yeah, he has that ability, but I think it's a fair criticism to say that Harbaugh, chokes in the postseason or whatever you want to call it. That whatever he does is not enough to win the postseason. And so, yeah, I think those criticisms against Grinch can be are fair. It's one of those things where you just got to show me. It's a show me kind of thing, and so
yeah.
I don't know much about Alex Grinch, but I have heard about his defenses at Oklahoma and Lincoln Riley being just an offensive-minded guy, and he has fantastic offenses, fantastic quarterbacks. But yeah, the defense has always been a step behind, and so someone was saying if Jim Leonard went to USC, I mean that would be, in my mind, a game changer. Like USC would be a juggernaut. Not to say that Alex Grinch can't do it, but I mean, I don't know. What do you think about Jim Leonard? If Jim Leonard was
I think anyone, very few schools because there are some really good defense coordinators out there, but very few schools would say no to having Jim Leonhard come. But here's what I'm going to say in Alex Grinch's defense. And I always say this, just for time to really talk to you about it. You know, I'm going to name 3 people. You tell me what you think their football IQs are. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Mike Leach, Urban Meyer, and Lincoln Riley. Would you say they're pretty high?
Yeah.
All 3 of them have hired Alex Grinch to be their defensive coordinator. So the numbers, you're absolutely correct. The numbers at Oklahoma clearly are terrible. His first year at USC, I think you could probably throw out the window. We really should look at this year because that was an absolute rebuild, and they were razor thin. If you look at their defense actually early the season, it was actually pretty solid. But as the injuries totaled up and it got thin, they're putting in some backups that probably are no longer on the team anymore, right? And matter of fact, in the front 7 at USC this year, it's most likely that only Eric Gentry, who started last year, was hurt half the year, but only Eric Gentry will be starting again in the front 7 next year. So that also shows you exactly the difference they're making as far as personnel. So we'll see. You know, I think it's very positive for USC. I think, remember, we're talking about 2024. That's an entire, you know, that's 2 seasons away. And so, I mean, the thought that USC can improve and be ready for the Big Ten. Another thing I want to say, and I've talked to Mark about this, Mark Rogers, a few times, is the Pac-12 defense, are they that bad? Or is it a function of how good the offenses are in the Pac-12? And conversely, are the defenses in the Big Ten that good? Or is it a function of the fact that maybe, just maybe, guys in the Big Ten, you guys don't have the top flight offenses that maybe some other conferences might have? What do you think? I think you guys are somewhere in the middle, right? Somewhere in the middle. So your guys' defenses probably aren't, your guys' offenses probably aren't as bad as I'm saying. And our defenses probably aren't as bad as I'm saying. And the same thing can pretty much said about the Big 12 as well. High-powered offenses. And so the offenses that are mediocre, or defenses that are mediocre, look a lot worse. So we will see. And you know what? In 2024, we'll all be able to tell if USC's defense is up to snuff. We'll see then.
So, Jim, I have a question for you.
And that'll be the last one, and then we're going to do final thoughts.
Okay. Because usually there's at least one guy on the USC defense that's like, that's the dude. Who is your like standout guy on the defense?
See, this is why I'm telling you our defense is going to be much improved. And there's some wild cards because two of the guys I'm going to name are veterans and the other guy's really young. So at all 3 levels, we have 2 guys. We have I'll say Bear Alexander, right? As a true freshman, he got playing time on Kirby Smart's defensive line. That's no small feat. That is no small feat to be able to do that. Then we have Mason Cobb, who had 101 tackles at Oklahoma State last year. They absolutely just guys athletic, big, quick, 220, you know, a little small-ish side, but solid linebacker. And then for the back line, we have Kalen Bullock, who's All-American at free safety. So who's our stud at 3 levels? I'm going to tell you, our best player right now is our free safety, Kalen Bullock. But man, the number of guys that are new on that front 7 is insane. So it's hard for me to tell you. I'll ask you to ask me the same question at week 5, and I'll probably be able to let you know.
Okay.
There's a bunch of studs.
Fair enough.
Mike Fort says Jackson is the stud. So, all right.
Damani Jackson could be. I think he's coming. You know, he's coming off of injury. He has the ability. I liked what G Green's had to say about him. Is like there's a lot of guys that they have a great year. I think hits that could be an All-American. If we're right about Damani Jackson, just with all of his physical tools and everything, and his high school film, if everything hits for that kid, he could be one of those legendary. Because USC has had its fair share of guys in the secondary that are out of this world, and he could be the next one.
All right, folks, we've hit that time. John needs some Advil, so we're gonna do final thoughts and then send everybody over to USC. Have some, get yourself some, have a little break, and then hit that like button on the USC show. But we'll start with Von Mitchell. Thank you for calling in, and you have a final thought for us. And where can people find you on the internet if you want to share that?
I'm pretty enigmatic online, but yeah, I think Harbaugh needs to take the governor off the offense, and it sounds like he wants to do that, and so I think he needs to send some spies down to Columbus or Alabama or Georgia, see what they're doing in the postseason to prepare and implement that.
Let's here. Let's see if we can get a postseason win. That would be amazing. 2015 was great. Love that postseason win. Let's get another. Go blue.
Go blue.
So, Vaughn, thank you so much for calling in. It was a great night. So appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right. Next, we're gonna go to Buckeye Mike. Final thought, and where can people find you on the internet?
So you can find me on Twitter at TylerLeedy4, and over on my channel, Buckeye Mike. And I guess my final thought is that just wait and see what the season has in store, because it's shaping up to be a really good season overall for all the conferences. And let's just hope we get some postseason wins out of our future teams and our current teams. And it's really not a shot at you, Tim.
I think we all could use a postseason win. Yeah, we could all use a postseason win in there. Yeah. So I posted the Twitter so people can follow you. And then here is the YouTube channel. So people. So this season we are doing. Starting next month, we'll be doing the 30-minute war. And so very excited about that on Buckeye Mike. So we'll be able to bring the Michigan perspective to each week of the season and the Ohio State perspective to each week of the season. And it should be fun. So check it out. We did a video like a couple of weeks ago. It was about an hour or so breaking down the Michigan season, which I think did pretty well. So check it out.
It's around 3,000 views right now. I think a little over.
Dang. Okay. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. It's that Michigan-Ohio State thing. Like, there really aren't, despite all the chat and all the commentary and all the things, how many actual Michigan-Ohio State shows are there in the world? There really aren't that many. So I'm excited for this season. It should be fun. All right, Buckeye Mike, thanks for being on and taking some time to call in.
No problem.
All righty. See you later.
Yep.
And last but not least, Tim Prangley.
Hey, do you mind
for you?
Can I pull up this comment really fast?
Sure.
So, Alex, by the way, thank you for all the kind words and stuff before, but would I ever do a call-in show? Here's the problem. I've tried numerous times to do call-in shows, and I don't know what's with all of you guys, but everyone's afraid to call in. It's hard to have a call-in show without calls. There'll be like 100 people in the stream, but nobody calls in. So I would absolutely love to do maybe I will. Maybe do a call-in show on Thursday. Who knows? We'll try that. But the problem is right, John, you know this.
Yeah.
People, it's just like pulling teeth, and it's like the same 4 or 5 people that call in. I've been sitting in the lobby the whole show, and I just came in because I kept hearing, my school over and over again. So I decided to pop in. But again, I would love to do one. So yeah, maybe hey, look at it. I don't know if you're a subscriber or not to the USC Voice of College Football channel. Maybe Mark will put it out if I do it, but maybe I will do a Thursday call-in show. And it'll be open to pretty much any topic because USC is going into the Big Ten, so we could do that. But tonight, you got it covered, John. We have the USC Voice of College Football show tonight with Matt and Mark, and then Rick is on vacation for Sunday, so I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to be on vacation too for the weekend. I've been thinking about it, but so there might be a show for Conquest on Sunday. As of right now, I'm saying there's going to be one, but there's a pretty good chance that I might just take a week off, man. The season's coming up. I might just take the week off. Thursday's also up in the air, so it's a good chance we may have 2 shows. There's a good chance we don't have no shows this week. So, but we will be back the following week regardless.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, everybody follow Tim and check out Trojan Conquest Live when you guys rev back up, and the Pac-12 chat show live, which came back.
Oh, wait, it's right.
Was
Wednesday.
Very enjoyable. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're going to have Oski and the Tree on. So Cal, a previous Cal Oski, right, Bear, as their mascot, as well as the previous Tree, who was the Stanford mascot. They're going to be coming on talking about the Pac-12. So if that's your kind of thing, come and join us on Wednesday.
There you have it.
Thanks, John.
All right, Tim. Thank you. And I'll even do a fight on for him. Okay. And so I just want to thank everybody who took the time. We had a very special guest today. We talked over-unders. We talked everything. Thank you, Dependent Fanatic. Go Blue, absolutely. We've got some last minute comments. Alex, I do a show almost every single week with Mark Rogers called Michigan Wolverines Live. He is on that every week. So Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, quite a few Buckeyes tune into that show as well. And so Mark Rogers, voice of college football, and I chop it up every single week. We did have a special guest, Dennis Fithian from Maize and Blue Review. Go check that show out. And we're also distributing clips from that show. Dennis Fithian, he was really, really good. Excellent guest. And he is in the media. He talks to these people all the time. So, check it out. Final comments. Let's see here. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate you. Yeah, we'd love to have more Buckeyes. We'd also love to have more other teams like Illinois, Maryland, Michigan State, Purdue, Wisconsin. And what I'm going to start doing, if we don't start getting some of those callers, is I'm going to be booking them as I'm going to be calling up the media writers, and we're going to get on the show a Rutgers writer, a Wisconsin writer. We're going to do it because I want to talk those teams and those seasons. So we did some of that today. We did over-unders with Lexi on every single team. We did Big Ten West, but we really want to see more teams show up. Only Talk Sports, we appreciate you. Yeah, sorry about that little bit of a cutoff there at 8, just because we had Lexi coming on and I was taking over. But we do appreciate you calling in, and I'd love to talk Indiana with you sometime. Maybe next week. There we go. So let's do a few housekeeping things real quick, and let's try to get Mark Rogers, voice of college football, a couple of bucks by clicking on the Amazon link. Every single description section of every single video has the Amazon link. It takes 2 seconds to bookmark it. And if you're already shopping on Amazon, as many of us do from time to time, might as well just get Voice of College Football channel a couple of bucks and help support the content that we're all pushing out there. So click that Amazon link. Join our Patreon, Discord, talk college football all the time, patreon.com/MarkRogersTV. We are getting to the seasons. There's going to be betting guides. There's going to be all kinds of stuff, exclusive content that we're going to be doing for Patreon. And you can also become a YouTube member, get yourself special emojis and all kinds of things like that. In our merch store, you can now get Voice of College Football keychains and coasters. That's right, folks. Just put in the promo code football, get yourself free shipping, because why not? You got to have your free shipping in there. And I've already gotten my keychain. I'm very excited about that. So you can get a Voice of College Football keychain. It is now the best-selling item. I wonder why. Maybe because it's free. That might be why it's the best-selling item. Just a guess. But go on there, go to the merch store and get yourself something. It's summer. Get a t-shirt. Also, the Voice of College Football swimming trunks have gone up to 6th position. So people are buying the Voice of College Football swimming trunks for the summer. It's hot, especially here in Florida. You go to a nice pool, get yourself some Voice of College Football swimming trunks, and represent. We also have team channels on the merch site as well. So you have yourself team channels like Michigan, Miami, USC, OU, Iowa, and West Virginia. And some other very cool channels also have their merch on here. And you've got your Exploring Ben and Sam, Traveling Fools, and so on. And with that, I want to thank everybody for calling in. I want to thank everybody who donated. You've got them all here on a scroll. A lot of donations tonight from people who appreciated the content, and we thank you so much for that. But most of all, I want to thank Lexi, who gave us her time today. I want everybody here, call to action, all of you viewing right now. I'd like you to follow Lexi either on Go Blue Lexi 117 or follow Win Daily Sports. Okay. Let her, send some love over there so that hopefully we can have her back on here or on the Michigan show, and give Win Daily Sports a sub, and help support when we have on guests. We just had Dennis Fithian, the USC people, bring on all these awesome guests. I mean, we have these awesome guests that come on the show, and we want to make sure that we're giving them the support to stop by and everything like that. So Mike is going to win, is going to wear his Voice of College Football Michigan shirt next time he's on StreamYard. How about that? Argraw, what you need to do is message somebody named Joey Foster. His email is footballnewshour@gmail.com, and ask for Penn State merch. So the channels that have been mentioned, Penn State's channel, I haven't looked at it recently, but check it out. Just footballnewshour@gmail.com. Whether you're looking for Penn State merch or Ohio State merch or whatever the case may be, ask Joey and maybe he can make it. He's got his whole merchandise operation there. The last thing I'm going to do before we wrap is once again post the link to USC Trojans Live, which is coming at you in about a half an hour. So check that out. If you can't make the show, at least hit the like button. And by the way, hit the like button on this one too while you're at it. We would love some more likes, because if you like the content that we put out there, and we work hard to put out great content, just hit this like button, subscribe button, hit the bell. That's it. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell. It's so simple, and help Voice of College Football grow if you like the content that we are putting out there. So without further ado, my name is John Diadamo. I was your host for the last couple of hours on The Ocho, Big Ten Live 8 p.m. block. DM me at John Diadamo on Twitter. I'm even going to put it right here. So I don't usually do this because I don't usually get time to do this, but just go ahead and follow me on Twitter. Give me a follow, and subscribe to all the channels. Give the love. And without further ado, I'm done. So I'm gonna go get some Advil. Not because it's a long show, and I would like to get a little bit of headache relief. Join us for USC Trojans Live in a half an hour. And until next time, folks, go blue. See you next time.